I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed, a child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
I came in this thing strong because...
I know. They're wondering if children lead us in our streams.
Yeah.
And that's why there's all these mistakes.
I was mad as hell, dear listener. We had some issues. I got one other issues. Okay.
We figured it out, though. We're good to go. Vinny's got it.
Yeah, we figured it out. SGS is in the house. I think SGS is the first song, so that's good. I don't know if SGS was here when this nonsense took place.
That was what was happening. His story is correct. He's mad as hell. That's what's happening.
What? Who's mad as hell?
Well, look at Amy's thing. I'm not gonna read it out loud. We have,
Oh, thank God. Thank God indeed. All right, guys, here we go. This is the Imperishable Flames. That's their stream key. They are an alliance of Ronin who've gotten together and created songs for themselves and all that jazz. This is the biggest...
They're not an alliance, actually. They're a group of friends that have met up on Discord, and they work together to create a stream together.
A syndicate, if you will.
Sure. There you go.
Sure. Foreplay like golf. Okay. Song number 1!
I have to admit, Hal, that was a fun idea.
Shout out to SGS. I'm not even going to read her comment then if you said that. Song number 1! Let's do this shit. After much consternation, an hour and 20 minutes late, here we go. Thank you guys so much for your freaking your patience with this. You know, I will get better in the future. I promise you that. Okay, the first song, dear listener, is Misery Index, New Salem. This is also a lyric video, so let's do this shit, shall we? Let's go. Yeah! Somebody's head's gotta roll, boy.
Wow.
Boy. Oh man, this is we got a song about a witch hunt.
Okay.
And you know, anytime something like this happens. By the way, guys, hit type 15 if you're hearing an echo. I'm hearing an echo, but that might just be all in everybody's heads. Damn. I don't know how much I want to say in this situation. Let's look at the lyrics. Let's look at the lyrics first.
Yeah.
And then we'll get into it. Man, first of all, one of the things I need to know is when this was written, what year this was written, because that's going to be very important.
Okay.
Okay. Sharpen up the guillotine as fashionistas clean the scene. You're socially bewitched with narrative affixed, tried and executed with no due process. Do you fight the good fight or instigate the fighting? It's a fucking witch hunt. Somebody's head's got to roll in New Salem.
Burn the books. Rename the streets. Nothing is safe. Suppress the speech. Okay.
A virtual conflict, binary logic. Who the fuck is the straw man now? This came out in 2019. A virtual conflict, binary logic.
So New Salem, it's not like necessarily a witch hunt in the witch hunt sense, right? Now we're talking about political stuff going on now, and they're calling it a witch hunt.
Well, yeah, I mean that's why
they're saying New Salem.
Yeah, that's been a staple.
Yeah.
You know, like the book The Crucible, which was about the Red Scare, but it was in the context of a witch hunt. Mm-hmm. You know, he put it in the context of a witch hunt because if you don't, you could be, hey, what are you doing? You know, you're writing something against, you know, McCarthyism.
Yeah.
It was pretty crazy. Dwayne's saying he can't hear, but that's usually Dwayne trying to.
So Negative says it came out in 2019.
2019. So it's pretty contemporary. You know, it's interesting because he said burn the books.
Yeah.
Rename the streets. Nothing is safe. Suppress the speech. Which it's the Republicans it's the right wingers that are being accused of book burning or whatever, because you know those parents are coming out against all the crazy pornography that's being like.
Oh, in the schools.
Some of these parents are like reading it in the
and they stop them because it's inappropriate.
In the parent teacher meeting. They won't let them read it out loud. They're like, no, this is a respectable place. And the people, you can hear the whole audience going, well, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's too crazy for us to hear, but our kids are supposed to hear it. So I think that's what he's talking about. Rename the streets. I don't know, like.
I do not understand.
There was a lot of, what don't you understand?
I don't understand who created the curriculum that does this and why the frig nobody says, what the fuck is wrong with you?
What do you mean?
The curriculums that they're doing that are very sexualized for these students. Like, who's bringing this up? And why isn't anybody around them saying, yo, really? Like,
yeah, it's weird because like it got characterized as like Republicans are like out there book burning, which is not what happened. They were not saying this book needs to be cast out of society whole cloth. What they were saying is, I do not want an adult introducing anal sex to my 7-year-old. Like, if my 7-year-old has the unfortunate providence of having to talk about anal sex, I want to be the one that has the discussion, not the fucking adult
100%.
whose middle name I don't even know,
100%.
much less introducing my children to all these crazy topics. That got, when you push that through the filter, it came out on the other side in left-wing media as, oh, these people want to burn books, blah, 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 they're suppressing speech. When was the last time we saw a book burning, blah, 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 blah. It's like, we are, the way things, we're so tribalized now that we can't even say, I disagree with you, but I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
So like if I was a trans person with no children, so I don't have a context for what it's like to be a parent. Mm-hmm. I completely understand why they're saying, oh, what's the harm? What's the problem? You see what I'm saying? I completely get that. Because they've got a set of experiences that they have that we don't have and vice versa. Mm-hmm. So I could see how that person could say, oh, that's harmless. I could see that. Because
then saying that it's harmless doing what?
Any crazy shit in the books, the crazy people showing up with the kindergartners, I can see it because they don't have kids and they're looking at it like if they went to the school, those kids would be, like, for example, we know a few trans people. If they went to present and said, hey, this is my life, I would be completely good with it. Uh-huh. Because I know I know what those people are going to do. I trust those people. Uh-huh. But I'm a parent, and so one of the things as a parent is you don't want to expose your children to adults that you don't know. That's just a regular dynamic. Right. And you especially don't want to expose your children to adults you don't know when you're not with them.
Yeah, 100%.
They don't have that context. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that as a parent, you know and you feel experientially that you cannot understand until you're in that situation.
Yeah, that's like 100%. I agree with that. My issue is, though, if you're adding in these events where they're scantily clad, winging open their legs in front of children and stuff, I don't believe that if that was happening in a church, that same group of people would say that it was okay. If that's what you're talking about, you said that you kind of seemed like you were including all that stuff.
I'm just generalizing. What I'm saying is like our inability to say, I understand what you're saying from your perspective, mm-hmm. but this is mine. Mm-hmm. I have a set of lived experiences you don't. Yeah. Right? Like I'm exactly. a parent. You don't know what it's like to feel the weight of that responsibility. No. You don't know what it's like to open up Google and see, oh shit, another teacher with a student type of situation. To you, it's like, oh my God. But to us, it's like, we're talking about our kids. Mm-hmm. It's like being a black person and seeing Trayvon Martin. I'm seeing my sons.
Yeah, and it's not even...
If you're outside of that context, you don't understand. And so like, when we're having these conversations, it's immediately goes to 11. And you know, I'm in on this too because, like, when I see people, and I think you'd probably agree, like, when I see people like doing these crazy dances and shit in front of kids, like, to me, it's undebatable. It's completely undebatable. And I think the people, there are people I know personally that have defended some of those things that I put up there, but I'm not sure that those people like full-heartedly believe that this is the right thing to expose kids to over and again, saying, if I agree with this, then I'm giving the enemy camp something, and I can't do that. So even if I don't believe that it's appropriate for a kid to do that, because Matt Walsh is saying it, I'm going to say it's okay.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying?
Mean, sure, yeah.
And vice versa. It's like the Lauren Boebert situation. It's like, people are like, oh, you know, everybody's a sinner. It's like, everybody's a sinner. Everybody knows that. Yep. The problem is, Lauren Boebert has gone around trying to influence young girls, influence young people relative to Christianity. She got a divorce that from her own mouth was not a biblically sanctioned divorce. Mm-hmm. Okay? There is no abuse. There's no sexual immorality. And then on top of that, this is not your husband. And then on top of that, you're doing this in broad daylight in a show that it's very possible children could be at. And you're a public figure. There's no, like, I'm not out here to crucify Shorty. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, if you did it in public, here's the thing. Like, I don't think that she or he or anybody who gets caught in that situation should be immediately excised from the community and they whatever. Because one of the things you could do is you could show people how to repent in public. That's also part of discipleship. Mm-hmm. So if you fuck up, you get to say, I told the story a million times, I'm not going to tell it again. But like, that's also part of Christianity.
Yep.
And so it's like, why can't we just have her say, I fucked up, it's wrong when you're a Christian, you screw up, I didn't listen to God, there were warning signs, I didn't take them, blah, 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 and I was wrong, and I hope you all learned the lesson, I committed the mistake, you don't have to commit it, let's go forward together, everybody's fine.
Yeah.
But we can't do that.
No.
Because if we admit that what Lowenberger did was inappropriate, now we're giving the libs a win, and we can't do that. So we got to act like everything was cool with what she did, and that if it was a gay leftist, that the Republicans and all the people wouldn't be like going absolutely crazy. If it was Gavin Newsom, like, we can no longer just say, "Bro, I see what you're saying. This is where I'm coming from." Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. 100%.
And there's certain groups in America right now where like it's completely one-sided. It's like you're black, you have to understand the black experience. Well, you do, but there's a white experience too. There's a white male experience in America where if you're in certain circles, you're going to get jerked. I mean, I just got done listening to the whole Stephen A. Max Kellerman thing. Okay, Stephen A. Smith is basically the godfather of like sports talk right now. And he basically calls the shots. And there's this white dude named Max Kellerman that was working with Stephen A. And Stephen A. had him fired. And now Stephen A. is going around talking shit about this white dude. And the fact of the matter is, Max Kellerman knew more about sports than Stephen A. Smith and made Stephen A. look horrible. And then on top of that, during the whole Colin Kaepernick situation, Max took Kaepernick's side and Stephen A. took the NFL side. Then Terrell Owens, a football legend, came on the show and said, Max is more black than you, Stephen A. And that was the end of Max Kellerman.
Yo,
that was the end of him.
For real?
But he's right. That was the end of him. So my point is, look, I'm the last person on the planet that's going to say, you should feel sorry for white people. You guys know me. But what I'm saying is, I understand a white person who had all this privilege, and then all of a sudden, you wake up, and Max Kellerman gets fired, and then Stephen A's shit. And Max Kellerman's not saying nothing. He's doing the Jesus thing. He's being completely mute. And Stephen A., it's like, dude, you fired him 3 years ago. And he's still shit-talking to this day. So what I'm saying is, like, we got to understand each other. I am not saying that the shit that I went through as a black person in America is equivalent to what Max Kellerman went through at ESPN. Good night. I'm just saying, like, when we're having these political discussions, I'm not even saying take a middle ground. I'm just saying try to understand what your interlocutor is saying based on their lived experience. Mm-hmm. And it's something that is like disappearing almost overnight, and it's destroying our ability to reason. And the other thing, guys, is that a witch hunt is bad even if you don't like the witch that's being burned.
Yeah, right.
I'll say that again.
That's good. That's really good.
A witch hunt is always bad even if you don't like the witch being burned. And let me say another thing. A witch hunt is always bad even if 1 out of 50 times you burned an actual witch. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? This whole thing, I had a really good friend, somebody I consider, there's acquaintances, people, you know what I'm saying? This whole Russell Brand situation. He said to me, why would they want to go after Russell Brand? I was blown away. I didn't even respond. What do you mean, why would they want to go after Russell Brand? Russell Brand, everybody knows, if you're looking at media, we're talking about witch hunts now. We're talking about the lack of due process. Mm-hmm. This is a man, right now, his YouTube is demonetized, his agent left, and like 4 or 5 things happened to this dude back to back to back to back to back. Okay? And this is a guy who has come out and spoke against the Ukraine war. He's come out and speak against the media industrial complex. He's spoken against manufacturing consent. All this shit that all of us know is true. He, as a member of the Hollywood circles, coming out and saying all this shit is wrong, the Ukraine shit is wrong, and then he's got like 3 million subs on YouTube. What do you mean? Did you see what happened with CNN Plus when they tried to have a version of an online kind of space to have to compete with Jimmy Dore in his garage?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What motivation would they have to go after him? He's extremely influential.
Yep.
And it's crazy to me. We went through 4 years of Russiagate, and the entire argument was there are all these troll farms, and the Russians were using internet influence to influence our election. Okay, so 4 troll farms influenced the 2016 election, but complete control of YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook that has nothing to do with influencing elections. Okay. The media apparatus that got us into the Iraq war is the same media apparatus that is telling us now that this dude should be canceled and we should destroy all of his credibility. People don't understand what's happening. This is not about him going to prison. This is about a couple things. One, destroying the credibility of somebody who has a giant platform who's out here criticizing you. That's number one. And number two is it has what's called a chilling effect. Okay, so when we were going up against the Attorney General in Maine, that was one of the central arguments, was that the way that the police were being deployed outside of the clinic was designed to create a chilling effect on our speech, meaning the person that they went after, even though he got found not guilty and all the rest of it, what do you think happens to the rest of the people on that sidewalk? What do you think happens when you're a black person on that sidewalk? Like, shit, they did that white boy like that. What are they going to do to me? I better get out of here. See, it's called a chilling effect on speech. That's what they're trying to accomplish. So when you have a guy like Russell Brand, and he is knocking down literally every single false bullshit narrative that's been spun on us in the last 8 to 10 years to say, well, what motivation would they have? What? I don't know. Have you seen what's happened in CNN in the last 3 years? They keep firing CEOs and redoing because they're trying to compete with Jimmy Dore. Everybody knows now, like this space. And this is why you had all the Twitter files, all the crazy bullshit, is because both sides are like, holy shit, we cannot, because I keep telling y'all, you guys, I'm gonna repeat this until we're brainwashed with it. Speech control is thought control, is world control.
Yep.
Okay, so people want to make this about Russell Brand and supporting women. It has nothing to do with him or supporting women. This is a tactic. They said this about Julian Assange. They said Julian Assange was a sexual assaulter. Don't you guys don't remember that? You believe that? I don't know. Is it possible? Sure. But considering the way our government is, come on. That's all I'm saying. It's like, let's think. Let's think. Now, could he be guilty? Yes. He's a Hollywood person. Absolutely. But again, I'm about to say something. Even if he is guilty, I still disagree with the way that this is being presented. Because remember what I said, even if one of the 50 witches you set on fire was actually a witch, it's still wrong because you had to kill 49 other people to get to that one. So you guys, we got to think this through. But again, this is one of those things where if you're not from a certain community, you don't understand it. Black people, when they see Russell Brand, immediately think to themselves, this is one of the most powerful individuals on the planet. He's a straight white male with millions of dollars. And in 2 seconds, they could fuck up his life in 2 seconds. What do you think about me?
Right.
That's the problem with this Me Too shit. Especially as God bless this person. But the person said to me, hey, I researched Emmett Till. Well, I didn't research Emmett Till. No black person has ever researched Emmett Till. This is a shit that's in our psychology from day one. Nobody taught me about fucking the fact that you had to research Emmett Till tells me nothing wrong with you, but it tells me you're curious and you want to understand other cultures, but it tells me you have no fucking idea. Because you had to research that. It's like telling a Jewish person, I had to research the Holocaust. Or an indigenous person, I researched on the Trail of Tears. Like, this shit is still in play. So no.
Yeah.
Even if he's guilty, the way this came about, I'm not for it. It's got a chilling effect on speech. It's destroying a guy and his message that could be credible. And it's putting us in a situation where people who are not do not have access to those power structures are going to be intimidated to speak. And instead of saying, you know what, that's valid. That's a valid concern as a black person. Like it's crazy to me to hear this from leftists, because leftists are always pretending that they're like down with the struggle. Mm-hmm. But the minute that you say, nah, I don't like this Me Too shit, because remember Emmett Till, what the fuck? Remember Rosewood? Remember the Tulsa Massacre? What are you talking about? Sexual assault, a faulty sexual assault claim has been used from the beginning. I've got a quote from a U.S. senator on the floor of the House when he said, we must not believe the Negro when he says that he does not desire our woman. And we must believe her over him. Believe women did not start out a couple years ago. Believe women started out in the fucking 1800s talking about the black savages and the white woman. And I know a lot of you guys don't know this because you have to research it because it's not your experience. But I'm telling you, shit is real. I've warned all my kids about white girls, and my mom did with me. I'm with a white girl, so y'all can't say shit to me. I'm just saying, if you're not from another person's lived experience, man, this whole thing where it's like we can't concede any points to anybody because we don't want to give any points to the libs. We don't want to give any points to the Republicans. Man, that shit is destroying us, bro. And the people who hate us know how to do it. They know how to play the game. We're going to do this to a left-winger. All the right-wingers are going to shut their mind off. We're going to do it to a right-winger. All the left-wingers are going to shut their mind. You guys just completely shut off your mind and surrender your critical thinking apparatus to these people. We're fucked. Yep. It's that simple. And my thing is, the last thing I'll say about this particular topic. If none of us believes that Epstein killed himself, that means you're a conspiracy theorist. Right? If you don't believe that there were WMDs in Iraq, that means you're a conspiracy theorist. If you believe in the lab leak theory over and against the natural theory, you're a conspiracy theorist. If you believed that Muhammad Atta, the lead guy in the 9/11 attacks, that was his name, Muhammad Atta. If you believe that he was a CIA asset, you are a conspiracy theorist. Everything I just said is true, though. So these are all things to think through. These are all things to think through. These people are very good at shutting off our minds, and they're very good at shutting down our critical thinking apparatus. This is a heavy song. Usually with heavy songs, like you turn off your mind and just go. But this was incredible. 9.8.
I would match the score at a 9.8. It was really heavy. I liked it. It was good. It was a good one. It got really heavy, like straight off from what I remember right from the beginning. And it just kept right on going through the whole thing. I thought it was going to be about like a literal witch hunt. So I was a little bit surprised at first when it was like New Salem, because I didn't know where they were going with that. But then obviously once you start reading the lyrics, it became crystal clear. And we've seen this happen a bunch of times. But yeah, I agree with you about about what's happening to Mr. Brand. I don't think that situation, I do think that all of us should be alarmed by it, and we should be against it because of what the implications are for the rest of us. That if we land in a situation where we become too, too influential, then all of a sudden you can get these sideways attacks on the side. And it does seem like it's kind of on purpose. So I don't know. I think that that's pretty crazy. And I think that we should all be against that sort of witch hunt going on. And I agree with you. I mean, that's not a good environment for anybody. So yeah, 9.8 for me. 9.8 for him.
Yeah, it's such a good Hey, shout out to this band, man. Like, good job putting out the cultural commentary. I don't even know if we agree politically, but I tell you, that's, to me, like, anybody that plays guitar knows that playing heavy music isn't necessarily hard to do. Mm-hmm. What is hard to do is to put those riffs together in such a way that people go, I've heard that before. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, excellent song. 9.8. We're coming right back, guys. Commercial break. We're coming right back around. Let's go. Shout out to Hell. I appreciate that. I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy merch, Adina. Tell us to lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener.
Song number 2 on our amazing Imperishable Flames stream. We are about to go into song. You have the. Here we go.
It's for the big homie Negative Vibes.
Shout out to Negative.
This is Bjork. Here is what Negative Vibes has to say about this song.
I feel like you guys got off on the wrong foot with Bjork when you were first exposed to her. It was a live noise rock song, but that can be fixed. To jog your memory, Bjork is an Icelandic artist who made a big name for herself as a major innovator in the pop and electronic world through the 90s and on into the very experimental and avant-garde territories as times go on. She also wrote my favorite Madonna song, Bedtime Stories. Bjork applies her voice as an instrument in a way that's wholly different from
Bjork wrote the Madonna song? Is that what you said?
She also wrote my favorite Madonna song, yep. Bedtime Stories. Bjork applies her voice
shout out to Bjork.
as an instrument in a way that's wholly different from more conventional vocal styles too. She's unlike any other singer before or since. A better example of her unique style can be found on a track from her 2001 album, Vespertine, called Pagan Poetry. I have a lyric video for the stream, but would recommend watching the officials on the site. It's extremely not safe for the under 18 crowd, though. There's a really cool artistic filter effect during the earlier part, but it's probably exactly what you think it is. Lyrics to Pagan Poetry. Ready?
Pagan Poetry! River, you good? Can you hear now? Pagan Poetry. Pagan Poetry! Bjork is the young lady's name. I'm gonna play the. Okay, so you got the.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna watch the official video on the phone, and you guys are gonna watch the lyric video over here. Bjork, Pagan Poetry. Poetry. Let's do it.
Darling, through the dark currents, I find an accurate copy, a blueprint of the pleasure in him, I love 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 him, she loves this time, I'm gonna keep it to myself. This time, I'm gonna keep me all to myself. But it makes me want to hurt myself. But it makes me want to
That song, I couldn't see the lyrics.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna pull the lyrics up.
Yeah.
Too.
I feel super emotional about that song. Like, if I could pause time, I would pause it and I would go cry a bunch and then I would come back. So I'm very curious to know what the lyrics are, because what I experienced this song was hard. It was painful.
Was she missing her top on the last like 30, 40 seconds?
I didn't see it.
That was the weirdest moment I've ever seen in my life relative to music videos and women and like partial nudity or whatever.
Oh yeah, she did. Yeah.
But
Through the whole thing she was like that.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, she was.
Nuh-uh. It was like the last 30 seconds.
Okay.
I mean, the thing's right there.
I don't need to argue about it. Okay, go ahead and tell me what your thoughts are on it. I want to hear what you have to, and I'm curious to see what the lyrics were.
It wasn't trashy. You know how sometimes like you'll have some like naked thing of like, oh, it's just art. It's like, no, it's just a naked person. Like when she was like that, like it fit in the video, like it worked. It wasn't sleazy. It wasn't even like she was trying to elicit any sort of, you know, it was just like a real like woman like owning her different aspects of you know, that relationship. I incredible song lyrically. I'm not sure that we're gonna be able to like. But what's going on with you and this song? Like, why is this song making you?
That's why I wanted to get into the lyrics, because I wanted to see what she had to say. I don't think I'm going to give my personal interpretation of how I experienced this. I'm definitely not going to give my.
Yeah, like negative vibes. I agree. I think you're right. In the official video, like in the last 20 seconds, she wasn't like, she was like in this like, it was like strings.
When she was ripping those like things around her neck, she had no top on.
She was completely topless?
I really don't want to go over that and over that.
But my point is, I think it's important to the song, because she was able to talk, because obviously that was a subject matter, but it wasn't a trashy thing that was meant to like elicit that kind of energy. It was her, you know, just really talking about this relationship with homeboy. I thought it was incredible. I don't want people to get lost on that. To me, it's like, to be able to pull that off and still have it like be classy, to me is incredible. Okay. Pedaling through the dark currents, I find an accurate copy. I interpreted that to be she's going through life and she's found like her person. The person's an accurate copy of herself. Mm. Type of thing. And so like that's how she talks about meeting this individual, because he's
what she's
well, you know, it's like Adam and Eve. You know, the word is konegdo in Hebrew, and it means same opposite. Mm-hmm. Like she's the same as me in the areas I need her to be same, like being a Homo sapien, but she's different from me too. And so when she says I find an accurate copy, I think that's what she's talking about. I don't think she's saying, right, exactly, Ian, exactly. Like there's a difference. There's a very, very big difference. Both of them are talking about their sexuality and all the rest of it. One is one you want your daughters to sing. The other one is one that you'd have a nightmare if your daughter ended up doing a video like that. But anyway,
I wouldn't want my daughters doing either video.
Oh, well, I mean, it's a lesser of two evils. Obviously, yeah, definitely. The Dark Currents, I find an accurate copy. So I think she's talking about that. But, like, how... That is... The term same opposite, you know, connecto, to me, is more definitional of why you fall in love with a person than just an accurate copy. I don't think anybody wants somebody that's like exactly like them. Like there's gotta be some like, okay,
variation can be interesting.
Say again?
Variation can be interesting.
Well,
if you're exactly the same, then there's nobody introducing new stuff.
Right. But that's my point. Like my point is like, if she was exactly the same as me, why am I in a relationship with her? I'm already in a relationship with myself. Like if I was gonna get like a carbon copy of myself, like that doesn't make sense. But Sadie loves Cardi B. And then a sentence says, why am I not surprised? I love it. I love those little... Oh, my God.
A blueprint of the pleasure in me, swirling black lilies, totally right.
I'm going to need... Hey, we've got a resident pagan in the house. Sadie, what the hell is going on with the swirling black lilies? Totally right. What is that? That's got to be something in paganism. Because she's calling it... What do you think of the term pagan? That was the title of the song, right? The pagan poetry. What do you? Why do you
I
think
love that title.
Why do you think she included pagan? Like, what was pagan about it?
Well, I need to see the lyrics, and they're friggin' in -1. I can hardly see it.
There you go.
I just wish the computer was right in front of me instead of in front of you, since my eyes are not as good as yours. Actually, I don't believe that my eyes are worse than yours. I think it's just never in the right spot. Pedaling through the dark currents. A secret code carved. Then swirling black lilies. Totally right. He offers a handshake. Crooked 5 fingers. They form a pattern yet to be matched. On the surface, simplicity. But the darkest pit in me is pagan poetry. Morse coding symbols. They pulsate, they wake me up, pulsate from my hibernating. And on the surface, simplicity, but the darkest pit in me. Oh God, that is such a good word. And it's pagan poetry. I can't talk about this song. You're gonna have to talk. I can't talk about this one.
Huh. Well, who is this for? Negative?
No, you can talk about it. I'm just not ready to talk about it, and I don't know if I'm going to say anything after you get done talking, but...
I just think...
This is what I'll say about the song. I will say that I did not see the lyrics, like I could not hear what she, I couldn't, like, I love the way that she was singing it, I loved the song, but it felt like it carried, like, a certain level of feminine pain, and I felt like, in the visuals and stuff, like, when she had, like, the beads around her neck, and she was, like, ripping at them, but she also didn't have her top on, like, the way that interpreted for me, like, I'm probably not even going to talk about, but, I don't know. And then the way that she just kept saying at the end, like, I love him, it just seems like... You can talk. I just can't. I can't figure out I want to say authentic words, but I don't want to say too much. So, and I can't really communicate exactly like, but this song, I really felt like this is a high rated song for me because, well, can you tell me what you thought, what you got from the lyrics?
I just think she was talking about meeting somebody who, you know, was special to her and understood her, and there's something about the personality of this particular individual, though, like the way that she was singing it and what she was saying, and the idea that it was her in the video in those kind of scenes was like, to me, like her complete commitment to her art.
Yeah.
But you know, listening to her, she's got a very unique vocal style, and there's a lot of layers to it. Like if you listen to the song, like really listen to it again, like there are about 4 or 5 vocal kind of styles that she used throughout the song. Like,
She's got a great voice.
yeah,
It's like,
I mean, most of the time when you get emotional about a song, or I get emotional about a song, or vice versa, like, you know why and I know why, but I completely have no idea why this particular song hit you that way. So I'm sure it'll be set up for interesting conversations. But yeah, the song to me was just about like her meeting dude and the physical ramifications of it, and her being very like almost simple on the outside, but like deep within her, it's just pagan poetry, whatever. And so like the,
can you put them back up?
you know, so he offers his handshake, cook at 5 fingers, they form a pattern yet to be matched. On the surface, on the surface simplicity, but the darkest pit in me is pagan poetry. So like what she's on the outside is not completely, like you got to kind of dig for it. It's kind of like to me, I looked at that as like an invitation type of thing. On the surface is simplicity, swirling black lilies totally ripe. Again, help me with that, Sadie. But on top of that, she says, but the darkest pit in me is pagan poetry. So, and then again, it's swirling black lilies totally ripe. So, black lilies signify strength and the ability to navigate complexities of the inner self. Well, there you go. So
I think, like at the end when she just kept repeating, like, she loves him, and then it says this time, and then it says, I'm going to keep it to myself this time. I'm going to keep it to myself. Like, I wasn't sure if, like...
Well, she says, keep it to myself, and then keep me to myself at the end.
Keep me all to myself.
But
yeah, I don't know.
He makes me want to hand myself over.
To herself.
I don't think so.
To him.
Yeah. Because she
Then why is she saying she's going to keep it to herself that she loves him?
Because it's probably unrequited. It's probably not being returned in the same way.
Yeah, and that's why I was thinking she was saying she does love him, but she's not sure if she can keep handing herself over.
Oh yeah, I agree.
So she's like, I'm going to keep myself to myself this time. Like, I do love him this time, but so it just seemed like men have their own plights with women in regards to relationships, and women have their situations with men in regards to relationships are difficult, and like I don't think this song would have hit me so hard if I hadn't seen the official video. I think it really was the official video that really just pushed it over the edge for me. Just like seeing her with that like level of like vulnerability to like be moving like that in that situation, like I think there's a part of me that loved that she was free enough to express herself the way she wanted to. Part of me was like, you probably shouldn't have gone that far, because not everybody is going to look at her in an artful sense. Other people are going to look at it, and who knows what people will do. I mean, maybe, there's so many people and there's so many things, like, who friggin' knows? But I just, I thought to myself, like, I wonder, like, if her dad judged her for that, or if her dad was like, like, as a parent, what, how they would feel about that. But then, like, her, like, she wanted to express this. She was feeling it. She put it out there. But, like, when she was ripping at those beads around her neck, that communicated something that I think lots of women can understand, and I'm not going to talk about, so.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, you know, like this rushing and running after trying to make sure that you're a certain, like, the beads around her neck, because they were beautiful beads and stuff, like it, and she was like pulling at them. To me, it made me think someone, I'm not going to say everything that I'm thinking, but it made me think about like the plight that like when women have to like, I see it, you know, like we're out in public and you'll see like women feel insecure if other women show up, or if, you know, like women will be in situations where like it's so inconvenient to be wearing makeup, and yet they're like loaded with makeup, and it's like it must be coming from some insecurities and like that living up to expectations, or, you know, I think that those beads can just symbolize so many different things depending on who you are. It could be, you know, like some people's parents are like, be a lady, be a lady. She was like tugging, but it never came off her, but it was like she wanted it gone, but yet it was part of her thing. And then like she was vulnerable in that state, but it was like, here I am and all my vulnerabilities, but I'm stuck and I'm trying and I don't know, I just thought she did such a great job. It was just so...
That was incredible.
Yeah, it was such a performance. And it just... And like I said, I couldn't like hear the individual words that she was saying, and I couldn't see them on the screen. So I only experienced the song by the sound. And like it was a difficult and challenging song for sure. This one's an 11 for me.
All right, 9.2 for me. Definitely Shorty's got a crazy voice for sure. We'll catch you guys on the other side of the break. The night has just begun. I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Ben&Sorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them. This guy. Doug, bro. I swear to God, something's wrong with you, dude. Okay, song number 3 is on the way. Song number 3 is on the way. My partner in criminality is on her way back. That is on the way, dear listener. Johan, do me a favor. Plug this into the phone.
Okay. Which phone? Where is
Thought I was gonna finish my laundry before Bjork finished, and here we are. Song 3 Right into that phone right there.
Oh.
Into the camera, inshallah. Okay, guys. We are coming back with song number 3. We are in the midst of an ultra stream. An ultra stream is a stream in which we do 10 songs. 10 songs, dear listener. Vin, I promise I will find a song this weekend. I have 5 ideas. By the way, we are about to have a debut of one of the greatest of all time. DJ Ian is about to throw his hat in the ring, y'all. So pay attention for that. Big things on the way for the big homie. All right, guys. Song numero tres. Did you take my phone?
No, I'm thinking about taking this.
Go for it. It's up to you. Go for it.
You were trying to save it?
No, I wasn't trying to save it. I had it for today.
Too?
I had it for today. Okay. Here we go. Song number 3. Damn. Shout out. Who selected that Bjork song? Is that negative?
Negative.
Shit, negative. You got an 11. I think that's a first 11 of 2023, isn't it?
Probably. I don't know. Honestly,
I played
this
Fortnite.
thing is so big.
I played Fortnite with Canada Rocks last night. Mistake of a lifetime. He didn't know how to arm a weapon.
You're gonna have to play more. Teach him.
All right. Here's song number 3. Geist of Razgriz Mischief Brew. Oh, Pennsyltucky. I'm assuming that's a combination of Pennsylvania and Kentucky. Pennsyltucky?
Sounds like it.
You actually didn't have to. You didn't have to do that. Okay, here are the comments. Mischief Brew is a folk punk act headed up by Eric Peterson from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Oh, Pennsyltucky is about the state of Pennsylvania, its history and the struggle of the Rust Belt. References include 3 Mile Island, the Central Mine fire disaster, black lung being a common disease of the workers living in the more rural parts of the state, etc. Eric Peterson was among my favorite folk punk singers. Sadly, he's no longer among us, having committed suicide in 2016. The performance on A Fistful of Vinyl, along with the performance of one of his other big songs, Old Time Memory, big by Mischief Brew standards, being a couple 100K views on YouTube, were my introduction to his music and what I was reminded of by the success of the song you recently covered, Oliver Anthony's Rich Men North of Richmond. And I think both songs, in my view, better capture the ennui of the time. Lyrics to Oh, Pennsyltucky are coming up. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Oh, Pennsyltucky by the big homie River Roth.
All right, River. Let's see what you have.
All right, Riv. Let's see.
Better not make me cry again.
Mischief Brew, Oh, Pennsyltucky. Let's do it.
Sound speeds, camera rolls. Is your camera rolling?
1 speed, 2 speed.
All right,
and
let's do it.
Damn, homie.
I'm a sucker for the acoustic.
We sat on the bulb rocks with plum wine and we watched the fog roll and swallow the bridge on the bay. I thought I could live here, but I'm still in high gear and sweating and freezing 3,000 away. Oh, Pennsyltucky, 3 Mile Islands, the coal fires buckle, the miners' highways. I love just to leave you, but it's good to see you in old Philadelphia, Hostel City, PA. Where we all come from, most died of the black lung, another a browbeater, boxer and saint. When he finally got caught, the cops made a few calls. They opened his cell, never fought him again. In old Pennsyltucky, 3 Mile Islands, the coal fires buckle, the miners' highways. I love just to leave you, but it's good to see you in old Philadelphia, Hostel City, PA. And old Philadelphia, Hostel City, PA. in my face. Woo! Now I'm safe. Was that a peep show with drive-through windows? The gun show's got carousels and funnel cakes. It says church in neon and asks me what's beyond. If I had to guess, I'd say more of the same. In Oak, Pennsylvania, 3-mile islands, the coal fires buckle, the miners' highways. I love just to leave you, but it's good to see you. And old Philadelphia, Hostel City, PA. Oh, Pennsylvania, how you call fires rumble. I love just to leave you, but it's good to see you. And oh, Philadelphia, Hostel City, PA. And oh, Philadelphia, Hostel City, PA.
Yeah. Pitch. I love that. I don't know if anyone heard that, but there was a dog that howled during the last refrain.
Oh, yeah?
Like,
I didn't hear
but it was like pretty punk and pretty tasteful. Here,
That's part of the...
you're in this.
Alright. I'm gonna try it.
That's right.
All
We're
right.
watching KXLU in Los Angeles. 88.9 FM. Brought to you by this flask.
So much is brought to us by this flask.
Ah, yes.
It's one of those things, man. Check on your friends. That guy, that's the dude that took his own life, right, Riz?
Oh, shoot.
It's just such a beautiful, beautiful brother
Ah.
with his guitar there.
I thought the same thing. I said, and the way that he would kind of like go off key on some of the spots and stuff, like somebody said they love the rawness of it, and I agree. It kind of like drew on your heartstrings. Wow, that's so sad. That's right. I was gonna say he looked a little troubled.
It's gotta. This is not after next song.
Let me just put
Yeah,
my lap.
look, it's just good. Like, he made a comment about the church and the afterlife, and you know the churches have those little messages or whatever when you drive by on the billboard or whatever, and the question asked was like, what's happening beyond this life? And he said, I don't know, man. Maybe probably most of the same. Later, Dwayne, like more of the same. It's like the more, and I always wonder, like, if I should really say this, but I wish everybody could have the experience. That's not going to work. The original plan. It's one of the things people ask me about Christianity. What do you struggle with? Blah blah blah. Problem of evil. It's guys like that, right? Like simple dude playing his guitar, drinking his beer, drinking his flask, talking about his hometown. Not a person that would really arrest your attention if you saw him in the street. It was an extreme, like somebody commented about like missing the notes and shit. Like I feel that so deeply because like that solo video I put out, I'm pretty sure it was like take 6 or take 7 or something like that. Like everything had to be perfect. I had to hit my note. There were like, I don't know, like 600 notes in that solo. It's like, I had to hit everything perfect, blah, 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 blah. It's like, Whereas this dude, like, he's like, yeah, whatever. Like, he missed the chord. Okay, who cares? We're just gonna go. Okay, it's a little muted. Who cares? Like, I love that shit. Cause I'm not there. I'm not there yet. You know, as far as like, you gotta like really, really be comfortable in your own skin to be able to like, you know what I'm saying? To like put shit out there like that. Yeah, man. Like,
yeah, I liked that too. You just kept it real, and like for me, I'm like any little mistake, I'm like that has to be taken out. That has to be taken out. Although obviously the way that we started doing the channel, like we didn't cut up the videos and like jump skip to every salient and important point and keep it like super interesting. We just talk like this.
Mm-hmm.
But when I'm doing anything, like I always feel like everything has to be like perfect. It will impede me getting a job done because I'm too busy trying to make sure that I get it perfect. And like I just, when I see people like him, I'm like, yo, like I want to be more like that. Like I want to be the type of person that says, you know what, fuck it, like I'm just gonna put it all out there. And if, you know, 20% of it, I mean, it wasn't 20% for him, but if 20% of what I do is like, it's off in some of the ways, but like, you know, you did 80%, like, let's go with it. Like, he didn't let not having every note perfect stop him from creating this song. And I'm grateful that he made the song. And I'm sure everybody else is, especially, you know, the homie's not with us.
It just makes me wonder, like, because to your point, yeah, he looked like he was a real, like, centered person, like, comfortable in his own skin. Hey, I fucked up. It's okay. And then he goes off and does that, you know? Like, you really can't know. That's why, like, there's certain, like, cultural issues where people are telling parents, hey, if you don't XYZ, your kid's going to kill himself. Like, that's such a terrible, horrible thing to say. Like, people who kill themselves never kill themselves for one issue. Mm-hmm. Never. Mm-hmm. And the people around them, like, anyway. But
the people around them, what?
Like one of the things that's very interesting to me, like living the life that I lived, you know, moving around everywhere. I never really had a place where I was like, yo, I'm from here. So like when I was in the Bronx, I was like, I'd say I'm from Florida. When I was in Florida, I was like, I'm from Maine. And then Maine, I was from Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like I never had a place where it's like, you know, where you stay and you grow up in the same area and all the rest of it. Like, so I never have like a thing where it's like, that's my homeland. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when I go, like, because there's been times we've like driven through the Bronx and shit. We've driven by Truman High, but yo, there's Truman High. Yo, there's the bridge where we'd say like all the shit went down. Homie got shot over there. Blah blah blah. Like, it's a. I remember those memories, and it's weird because like the anxiety, like there's certain like corners, like you turn the corner, there's so much anxiety because like you're like officially out of your area and now you're in their area, and you gotta move, and like all. Like, I've driven by there like 2 or 3 times a year. I always feel the exact same feeling. Kidding. Every time I see the bridge on that side and the school on that side, it's always like, because it used to be like that. Yeah. Sometimes I take the bus instead of taking the train from Baychester. Like, just, like, but anyway, like, driving through that with you, it's like, yeah, that's where, you know, that's where I went to school. Yeah. But it's not like, oh, that's home. Mm-hmm. You know, it was a location for a lot of...
Have you never felt that? Like, you never felt home?
Never. And I've also never really felt the need for it either. Like, I never really thought it was important. But the more... I mean, I don't know. You know, I look at songs like this, and it's like... It's interesting. Like, I listen to a lot of interviews with these Chicago rappers. There's been a lot of killing, all that shit. And they always say, like... I love Chicago, though. And like, we love Chicago, like all of them across, no matter what gang they're a part of, whatever. Like I wasn't like that. Like the last couple of years as New York, I was like, yo, I hated it. Mm-hmm. I hated it. I couldn't, like, can't go outside without a weapon. Like, what the fuck? Shit is ridiculous. Gosh, like the last year or two, I hated New York, but I wasn't born there. Mm-hmm. People who were born in New York love that shit. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, like, it's the same thing with my big brother. Like, 5 hours to park a car, all types of shit. Like, they're just... Remember, like, when we took that trip recently, and we were, like, going through New York, and, like, you know, like, people commuting, all that shit, like...
Yeah.
But, like, he is like, yo, this is where I'm from. You know, he talks about the Black Lung and all that shit, which is, like, you know, the way people in the Rust Belt are treated, you know, and it's kind of like a... That was kind of one of the biggest issues for me during the whole 2016 thing with the Trump thing. And it was like anybody who supported Trump is a racist and this and that. It's like the people that voted for Trump were the people in this video.
Mm-hmm.
The forgotten, worker. America has gone beyond them socially, in every sense. America has gone beyond them, and it's like the elites look back at them and say, either catch up or get off. You know what I'm saying? And they've basically been discarded. And obviously, Trump did not come through for them.
Yeah.
Biden didn't even promise them anything. It's a really difficult time right now for everybody, but particularly when you look out and you look at 5 years, like our 5 year shit looks so bright and beautiful and amazing, and we got this and this and this and this and this and this is happening, and it's like, what if you were looking 5 years as like the factory or the coal mine or whatever, and then you knew that like the symptoms that your brother had when he died of black lung, you start replicating the same symptoms when you're trying to take your kid to a baseball game and the kid's all happy and shit, and holy shit, I might have this shit. And also that somebody can fucking hang out in a fucking mansion. Oh, fuck that guy and his family. Fuck that guy and his wife. I don't know, man. Like, sometimes, like, I can't even believe this shit is real. We got people working underground.
I mean, it's just...
You got people working underground.
Reza, please lay down.
To feed their families. Dying like that. And then when people say, yo, this is fucking unjust.
I'll tell you what.
When people say this is fucking unjust, that this guy is dying like this, and his son's gonna bury him in a year or two. And people say, oh, this is a system that's brought most people out of property. Sure. It's also killed a lot of fucking people. And you can't tell me that we can't do better than this for people. You can't tell me that. And people go, oh, it's about how hard you work. I guarantee you that a child in the mines has probably worked more in a year than we have for the entire channel that we're on.
Jeez.
I don't know how to solve the problem with the economic stuff. I barely graduated high school. You're not going to get a lot of solutions from me. All you're going to get from me is this fucking bullshit. At minimum, what about just being an American and being like, yo, that happened to an American? Like, I don't know, man. It's a tough night.
The other thing, too, about the economic system is it's not just like people in poverty, but it's that there's a lot of people that are basically living to survive. Like, there's not like I think that one of the reasons God put us all on this planet is for us to enjoy the planet. And if you have an economic system that strips people of the opportunity of doing that because they don't have enough money, then I think that that's a problem. I think that like every place that I find myself in, I find myself frustrated with capitalism. When I had my babies and I was in the hospital, and like there's so much shitty stuff in the hospital. Like the shower didn't work properly. Like there's a lot of those environments should be amazing for people. Just like people get away with just serving like almost shit to people, and people buy it because they like even something as simple as going to buy something off friggin' DoorDash. You see the picture, you see okay, I'm gonna get that, and then you order it, and what comes is like slop. You're like, who thought that anybody would want to eat this shit? You know what I mean? Like, what? People
you should have seen what we got in school. In the ghetto, and the food that you get in public school.
What was it?
He's got roaches and shit. You open the cookie
stop
bag.
it.
Oh, I'm not fucking playing around. That shit's real, bro.
There was roaches
and
in
even
the food at school?
even that, no disrespect, but even that, the Giuliani was talking about taking away. take it away from us over there. Shout out to Giuliani. Look, I'm not going to take any pleasure in the destruction of the wicked, but I'll say about Giuliani, right, the crime was definitely out of control, and I'm probably alive today because of him, but man, that other shit that he did, man, is incredible. Look, like I said, I don't know what the solution is, and I know people that are capitalists, they'll say, and like I said, I barely graduated high school, they'll say, listen, that's not capitalism, that's cronyism, and it's wrong. It's not how capitalism is designed to be. It's like, well, that's the same thing the communists tell me. The communists tell me it's like, yo, it's a good idea.
Not the way it's supposed to be.
Just,
That's the way it is.
Just didn't get activated. It's like, right. So can we stop pretending that people are born good? Can we stop?
Yeah.
If we're born so good, how come none of us has created a just economic system if we're so good?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. We're selfish. All of us are. All the corporate people I just called out. Those people are dying in the bottom line. Man, if I was in that situation, apart from God's grace, I'd be worse. I'd be driving them worse. We suck as people. And anytime you come up with a giant social system that does not take our fucking inherent selfishness into account, people are going to get hurt. So until we stop playing around that all of us are basically good, we're never going to come up with a just economic system in the first fucking place. If we were good people, then a just economic system would come out organically. How the fuck? There's like 9 bad people in America who are controlling everything, and there's 360 million of us good people. But the entire country is fucked up because there's 9 bad people pulling the strings.
Ridiculous.
The rest of us are just good. No, I'm selfish as hell. Keep my shit to myself. It's my money. I earned it. I did this. I did that. Blah blah blah. And I'm not speaking out against earning money, bro. Like, earn your money, man. Work, grind. That's what I teach my kids. My kids work until 14, 15, 16 years old, bro. Like, I believe in a work ethic. But I also believe in justice. You got people all over the fucking world right now that are out working the hell out of us. They're not living like us. What is this? Come on, guys. You know that, like, yes, in certain circumstances, it is a meritocracy, and it is a principle of God that if you do work hard, generally the way the shit is supposed to go is you're supposed to receive the fruits of that labor. But that's not happening to a lot of people all over the world and in our country. Mm-hmm. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. And so when you got people that point that out, you get other people with this oversimplistic work harder or go to school. Oh, what are they supposed to go to school, get an education? Great. So now you got $20,000 of school loan debt at a 38% APR.
And we already talked about hope deferred makes the heart sick. All those kids and people thought that they were going to get a break on their loans, and then they pulled the rug right from underneath them. Everybody thought they were heading in that direction. Boom, it was gone. How discouraging if you're that person that thinks you're going to get relief for that. People were probably making plans what they were going to do with their money, and then, nope.
40,000 homeless. 40,000 homeless in Canada right now. And Canada has Medicare for all and all that. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I say any economic system. Canada has I think the Canadians have the right understanding of healthcare and social, welfare, taking care of their citizenry, but you got 40,000 people sounds like a big number, but if I compare that to America, it's probably 1/3 of the homeless population in our country. My point is, there is a serious problem. I don't know how to fix it. I just know that we should not accept this. Mm-hmm. We should not accept this.
Yeah.
We've got AI. We've got a lot of tools where, come on, somebody's got to create something now. Like, instead of looking at AI like how the horrible shit AI can do, like, we don't need to worry about AI getting intelligent. We need to worry about the people running those algorithms.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Like, that's the danger. I'm not worried about somebody like a computer waking up. Ridiculous. That's literally like one of the stupidest things I've ever heard in my life. But like, it's impossible for the computer to wake up. The computer's never going to wake up. But the person programming the computer is the fucking problem. Anyway.
Right.
9.5. I like the song. What do you got? Jesus. 582,000 Americans.
Oh my
homeless.
Gosh. I'm sorry. I have to silent count this one because, like, I can't score something that's so authentic because I just appreciate that. And then especially like it was authentic to begin with, but then the homie's not with us anymore, so I gotta silent count it. I can't put a number on something like that. I can't.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll silent count it too. There's something about I think what did it for me was like the humanity of the flaws.
Yes.
You know, one of it because it's like I'm not there yet. You know, I need to get there. But the other side of it was just like that's the whole point of art, right? Is to make these invisible things visible somehow. Like all that shit that he was singing about was like inside of him, but it was invisible, and he visualized it for us. That's art. And whether the vehicle that he used to do that, like he did it perfectly, it still got us there, and you gotta love it. So I'll go with you with the silent count for sure. It was real shit. This was very interesting. I'll leave this to Perkin. Maybe we should consider not having a society dominated by the merchant class. Yeah. Historically, the merchants were always subservient to the priest and the warrior. Perhaps there's wisdom. Well, don't say that. We're in the merchant class. We're merchants. We're selling hammers. What's wrong with you? Don't go along with him. What if you're a priest and a warrior and a merchant?
Yeah.
I'm all three.
Right.
I've been all three.
Yeah.
Hey! All in that order.
So yeah, we shouldn't have the
all in that order.
Right.
All right. Well, having said that, we're gonna go to the commercial break. We'll be right back. I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Ben&Sorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy merch indeed. It shall also lead them
to buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Chris Topsy. Shout out to Chris Topsy. Never seen you here before. All right, dear listener. We're in the midst of an Ultra Stream 10 songs. Here we go. Song
number 4.
Quattro. Shout out to the merchant class. Shout out to Perkins. He's right. Okay, this is Blue Oyster Cult, one of my favorite bands of all time. Blue Oyster Cult, dear listener. Many of the early Blue Oyster Cult song lyrics were farcical or flippant or just fun and games, kind of like "And the Joke's on You." They just sounded deep. I jumped off their bandwagon after the Secret Treaties album when they went commercial. Before that, I was ride or die with Blue Oyster Cult. Don't read the information below if you want to divine the meaning of the lyrics. When I was a young teenager in 1972, I just figured it was about sex and drugs, which it is in essence. I offer this as just reading the lyrics are a proverbial enigma wrapped in a riddle other than that. I wish we had access to lyrics and song meanings when I was a teenager. The red cap was a downer, aka barbiturate, as we term them, specifically either a red seconal or a red cap, Dalmane to cut the effects of the upper, in this case cocaine, as referenced along with the wine in the mix. Only Middle Earth. So here's a skitty on the song from Genius Lyrics for reading before or after your review. Regardless, very much real life back in the 70s and very much as I witnessed it. I am not going to read that. We're going to guess what the lyrics mean, and then afterwards we'll see how close we were. Okay, this is... You got something to say?
No, I was still trying to process that because I want to make sure I'm ready for these lyrics since you didn't read the Genius thing, so I want to see if I can interpret.
Blue Oyster Cult.
Yep.
The name of the song is Before the Kiss, a Red Cap. Remember, the red cap is a barbiturate or a downer. You know, you got uppers that go, ah! And you got downers like Vin takes, Red Bull through the day.
Yep.
That would be
and then
an
hangs
upper.
out with Sorry at night.
Then hangs out with Sorry at night. That would be a downer. Okay, here we go, guys. Before the Kiss, a Red Cap. Let's do it. Blue Oyster Cult, let's go.
So grab your rose and ringside seat. We're back home at Connor's Bar. The blonde girl with her tattoo, red wine, cokes of course. Oh my Susie, why did we ever start? It's running down, you never know. Virgin. Rose in the dark, rose in the dark. And underneath the black light, underneath it all, 4 and 40 redheads come to doom of dawn with threats of gas and rose motif. Their lips apart like swollen rose. Their tongues extend and then retract. A red cap, before the kiss, before the kiss.
It's interesting.
Smells like filling window panes and endless shadow bar. The honest boys have gone to work to stop big deals behind that bar. While outside on the turnpike, they got this new hit tune. The thrills become as cheap as gas, and gas as cheap as thrills. One better Monday and here at last, expect to cross one more. Let your rust invisible, beware the limpid cat. Whose black teeth grip between loose jaws, stir up full of bloom. A rose and not from anywhere that you would know.
I like the way they ended that song there, listener. That was Blue Oyster Cult. Blue Oyster Cult is one of my favorite,
Red Cat Before the Kiss.
old school band.
Oh, really? Why?
I just liked it. Ever since we had the Don't Fear the Reaper thing with them, I'm pretty sure that was them. Like, ever since I fell in love with them, it was, I think I compare, it was them and Zeppelin. I said I like them more than Zeppelin. Which is a pretty big thing to say.
Yeah, that is a huge thing to say.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Ascender has a lot of... We had 2 bags of grass, 75 pellets of mescaline, 5 sheets of high powdered blotter acid, a salt shaker, half full of cocaine, and a galaxy of multicolored uppers, downers, screamers, laughers, and also a quart of tequila, a quart of rum, a case of Budweiser, a pint of raw ether, and 2 dozen amyls. Not that we needed all that for the trip, but once you get locked into a serious drug collection, the tendency is to push it as far as you can.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what 3/4 of those are, but I'm sure that in a mill and all the rest of them. Anyway.
Wow.
Okay, so there's obviously some drug references here.
Yeah.
That's a quote from the beginning of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas from Hunter S. Thompson when he's talking about all the drugs and shit. That wasn't Ascender.
Oh.
He was quoting. Quoting someone.
I was like trying to piece that together in my head. I was like, yeah, I didn't take Ascender for the type of person that would have a collection like that.
Yeah, I took him as a... Yeah, I would figure that he'd spend all that money on his gun collection.
Yeah, that would make more sense.
That shit is addictive.
Yeah.
Gun collections are pretty addictive. Grab your rose in Ringside Street. We're back home at Connery's Bar. I'm assuming that's the
local bar.
That's just the local bar.
Yeah.
That's like what do you call that? Blue Goose?
Well, I don't think it's that, but sure, yeah. The Blue Goose is a joke, right? I mean, it's not like... I mean, who knows? It's right down there where the college students are. Maybe
no, it's not a joke. Like that's the spot.
It really is.
Yeah, it's a spot.
See,
I mean, I've never been in there, but
I've only ever heard people make fun of it.
When people talk about the bar, like yeah it's definitely, and even the name, like perfect for it, Blue Goose. Like remember in Ozark? Remember that show Ozark? Like didn't that sound like one of those places that he would have opened up as one of them shell companies?
Yeah, exactly.
The Blue Goose.
All right, so grab your rose and ringside seat. We're back home at Connie's Bar. The blonde girl with her tattoo, reds and wine, cokes, of course.
Okay, so the reds are the downers. Wine is wine, and then coke would be cocaine, which I'm assuming is a double entendre for Coca-Cola and cocaine. Mm-hmm. That juxtaposes the wine, which is a drink, and then the reds, which is a downer, and then the coke is an upper. So there's sort of a correlation there. Oh, my Susie, my Susie. Why did we ever start? It's morning now. You'd never know. The gin glows in the dark. The gin glows in the dark. I don't know what that means. Maybe if you put something in gin, it gives it sort of a color. You see, maybe like if you put a certain kind of drug in gin, it turns the gin like a fluorescent type of color. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, could be. That's crazy.
Help me out with that.
Yeah,
drug people.
Yeah.
Tell us what you do in your stupor.
Yeah, I know this. I pictured. You know where they have the.
You have the remote for this?
The glass. I can get it.
No, don't worry about it.
You know the glass, and then they put the bottles on the glass, and the lights are coming up through them.
Yeah.
It made me think of that, but he said glow in the dark, so it can't be.
Canada Rocks in the house.
Hey, what's up?
Middle Earth says no help. Okay. So
I heard you were killing it last night in Fortnite.
Yeah, I heard you were a Fortnite all-star, my boy.
You probably played like I did my first time.
Boo, boo.
All right.
I don't even drink gin. They chose to figure it out. Okay.
Okay, so it glows in the dark. So guys, fill us in. Let us know
no,
why it's
he
glowing in the
said
dark.
he's not going to help because we said we didn't want any help. And underneath okay, so look, see, it's a gin glows in the dark because there's a black light.
Underneath the black light, underneath it all, yeah.
The gin would glow in the dark because of the black light.
Yeah, because some stuff does glow under black light. You're not really sure. I mean, something white will.
Well, it does. Like, I've been to clubs where the stuff is shining, the black light and all that.
So the alcohol in the cups.
Well, big thing is like we had this. What we used to do was put this paint. It was like glow in the dark
Yeah,
paint, but like
I've seen
you
that.
wouldn't see it like out in the. But then when you go in the club and then all the shit, then like it was all there. That's why I stopped wearing black shirts in the club.
Because it would be all over you.
Well, you have like all like. You know, like if you didn't wash your shirt and shit, it would be like every little thing is there under a black light. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I totally interpreted that a completely different way.
Yeah, like you know, you go on the side with shorty and then you go to the club. You know what I'm saying? Like you end up in a Muhammad type situation. You know what I mean?
I'm glad I heard that information.
Shout out to Muhammad. I'm just saying. Well, I mean, she's not the only girl in club. I don't know if that probably doesn't help. That makes it worse because there's more. All right, we just keep going.
All right.
Here, black lights are great at highlighting mustard stains. For sure, thought you took care of. Absolutely. That was my problem at those clubs.
Oh, okay. You know what? Something like that happened to me. It was not at a club. We were going laser tagging and we were teenagers, and I bought these new pants, and they were like, I thought that they were just like the bomb, and I washed them. And there was, for some reason, I don't know if there was like some leftover like bleach or something in my mother's washing machine, but you couldn't tell that the pants had been destroyed like to this degree. And I looked like badass. I'm like walking in there ready to play some laser tag. It's the minute we walked into that area, everybody's teeth looked yellow. Your pants, like the pants looked like it looked so bad. I was like this, and at that point I would be super embarrassed by everything. I was so embarrassed about those pants the entire time. Now I look back and I'm like, literally, people were not looking at my pants. What a ridiculous thing. People were there to play games and meet each other, and nobody cared about people's pants. But you know how teenagers are.
I would have cared about your pants. And
Really?
underneath the black light, underneath it all.
No, they were the flare ones. You didn't like those.
I like them on you. I'm like, yo, Shawty, I can fix that wardrobe there. For a small fee.
You'd let me borrow a pair of your pants?
Sure. Sure. That's what they call it. Sure.
All right.
4 and 40 redheads meet. So that's 44.
44?
I think he took 44 of those pills. Because remember, they call them red caps. So, redhead. See what I'm saying? Redhead, red cap, huh? You can't fool
that's
me.
good. That was good.
You can't
Okay.
fool me.
Legit.
Okay, so I think I'm figuring out. They're at the bar. There's a black light. The gin glows in the dark. My Susie, why did we ever start? I don't know if Susie's code for something, but
yeah, I wasn't sure because some of the times we've heard the drugs be like referred to it in feminine names.
Come to doom the dawn with threats of gas and rose motif. Their lips apart like swollen rose, their tongues extend and then retract. A red cap before the kiss. Good night. That one is. Hey, Jambi in the house! Shout out to Vicarious Jambi. If you don't know him, he's gonna say something pretty
Permission
mean
to speak, he says. Anyone? We give you permission. We don't know how long it'll last.
Like swollen. See, this second verse doesn't make a lot of sense to me. The first verse kind of makes sense to me. The second verse, I'm not really understanding it. Doors like flint and window pane, an endless shadow bar. The owner's boys have gone to work. Will stop big deals behind the bar. Behind that bar. While outside on the turnpike, they got the same hit tune. Come as cheap as gas, and gas as cheap as thrills. Just like sounds like the situation. So it looks to me like you're at the bar, you're having it, you're doing a bunch of drugs, you're doing a bunch of uppers and downers, and you run into Shorty. Shorty's name is Susie. One threat and mundane here at last. One threat and mundane here at last. Expect to cross once more, lecherous and visible. Beware the limping cat whose black teeth grit between loose jaws. Still ripe and fully bloomed, a rose and not from anywhere that you would know or I would care. This is such a very interesting song. Lyrically, though, it's kind of weird.
And the owners act most cheerfully back home at Coney's bar.
When their patrons' thoughts at last grow too big for their skulls, Awful things are happening. We've let this drama fold, and now the time has come at last to crush the motif of the rose. So that means it's time to go home. You've drank too much. You know how when they're like, you've had enough. That's your last one. I think that's what that verse is talking about. So grab your rose and ringside seat. We're back at home at Connor's Bar. The blonde girl with her tattoo, reds and wine, cokes, of course. Oh, my Susie, why did we ever start? So Susie is the main character, is his main squeeze. That's the blonde one, right?
No, I didn't think that. That's not what I got, but maybe it is. The blonde girl with her tattoo, reds and wines, cokes, of course. Oh, my Susie, why did we ever start? To me, there's like, the bar, there's Coney's bar. She probably works at the bar. Like the blonde girl with the tattoos.
Oh.
She's like, there are staples that are there. There's the Coney's bar. There's a blonde girl with a tattoo. There's the Reds wines, and then
so
there's Susie, and then they're popping stuff off.
Susie is like, hey, I've got this, I've got uppers, I got downers, I got coke, I got this, because she's serving at the bar. I see what you're saying. So she's the what do you call that?
The bartender. The
bartender. Okay.
That's not what I was saying, but sure.
I thought you were saying she was the bartender. It makes sense. No,
I think I think she is the bartender. After you picked up on that, I thought that the blonde girl was the bartender and Susie was somebody that he met up with and was ready to party with. But I think you're right when he says, "Oh, Susie, what? Oh, my Susie, why did we ever start? It's morning now. You'll never know."
You know, as a boxing match, like the guy used to come out and give the girl a rose.
Yeah, but why wouldn't she know?
Then he'd go and fight.
Yeah.
So it starts off, grab your rose and ringside seat.
Yeah.
So it starts bar wench. So it starts like you're going to like a heavyweight fight, because that's what happens. The girl has a rose, there's a ringside seat. We're back at so like he's setting this bar up as like a ring, almost like where you box. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's almost like the drugs and the girls and all that. Like it's some sort of struggle for something. Because you know, he starts it off by saying, "Grab your rose and your ringside seat," and I'm pretty sure the song ends that way too. Grab your rose and your ringside seat. So that's very interesting. It's kind of almost like a chiasm. Chiasms where like you tell the story in like in a repeated way, and it kind of like they have parallels that mask each other in a complementary way. Mm-hmm. So it starts and ends with that stanza. Yeah. And everything in between that kind of happens like this. Doors like flint and window panes and endless shadow bar. The owner's boys have gone to work. We'll stop big deals behind that bar. Okay, so the owner's boys have gone to work. So maybe the girl that he was with was like the owner's daughter. You know what I'm saying? And then the two dudes showed up and like, we're going to stop the deals behind the bar. Like, we're not going to let you buy drugs or like be with our sister. Maybe it's like be with our sister or buy drugs or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Because the boys are showing up.
The owner's boys have gone
to work. The owner's boys have gone to work. We'll stop the big deals behind the bar. While outside on the turnpike, they got this new hit tune. Thrills become as cheap as gas and gas as cheap as thrills. So when it says they got this new hit tune, is it talking about the boys, or is it talking about his band where he's like, okay, you're coming to tell them to stop the deals in the bar, but at the same time, like, people are outside on the highway playing our music. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah.
So it says, while outside on the turnpike, they got this new hit tune, thrills become cheap as gas and gas as cheap as thrills. So it's like, hey, you know, we're rock stars. You're hearing that shit on the radio, bro. One threat. Okay, so now it makes sense.
Thrills become as cheap as gas, and gas as cheap as thrills.
Well, you're bored about it because you're on the road all the time, I think. See what I'm saying?
Well, I did think boredom was a part of it because he said
outside on the turnpike.
Yeah.
Because they're on the road all the time.
Yeah.
So the thrills become cheap as gas because you're a rock star. You eventually get bored of it. You see what I'm saying?
Thrills are as cheap as gas.
And gas is as cheap as thrills because you need the gas to get around to have the thrilling, you know, environment or whatever.
Yep. Okay.
Which is really interesting considering, like, if you wanted to talk about something that was cheap, you bring up gas back then. Mm-hmm. I just filled up the tank last night before I got pulled over. It was not cheap. Very interesting. Got pulled over? Yeah, I tell you with that guy.
You didn't tell me you got pulled over.
So one threat and mundane. Okay, so like the threat there makes sense now. If the boys are showing up to say, I don't care who you are, like get out from behind the thing, like, you know You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they threaten them, and it's like, yeah, well, you guys are this mundane little dive bar. Like, I'm in a band. Like, yeah, this is it. Expect to cross one more. Lecherous, invisible, beware the limping cat. I don't know what that is. Whose black teeth grip between loose jaws, still ripe and fully bloomed a rose, and not from anywhere that you would know and I would care. So, I don't know. There's some other element of danger there that's like unidentified, that he's in some sort of stupor he's not getting. The owners act most cheerfully back home at Corny's bar when their patrons' thoughts at last grow too big for their skulls. Okay, so this is the end of the song. And it says back home at Coney's bar. So maybe when it said, maybe it said while outside on the turnpike, maybe they left the bar. Or maybe they left the bar in this stanza.
Do you think, because at the end it says, can you put those up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like at the end it says,
I was looking at Jamie.
Clearly.
If these theists, God, he can't even recognize us as human beings. Does anybody know if these theists?
Oh my word. Okay, so there was right at the end. It talked about like, okay, we've let this drama fold. It said at the end, and at the beginning of the song, damn it.
Yeah, I got you.
At the beginning of the song, it said, like, to grab your rose and the thing on the seats. Scroll down.
Yeah, grab your rose and your ringside seat.
I wasn't sure if like they were kind of like making it seem like like you show up to this, like this is the Coney's bar. It's like this is the typical spot everybody shows up, and there's a lot of shit going on. There's bad deals going on over there. There's somebody who's starting the drinking too early. There's all these things. But when he talks about the drama folding, like I don't know if it was like maybe it's a smaller town where you go you just watch the stuff happen, or maybe it's you see what I'm saying, like the actual happenings at Coney's bar is the events, and they're just talking about those events like you know, like when people watch and they just like sit down and like just watch the scene, like this is Coney's bar and this is how it goes, and that's why they would talk about like the blonde girl with the tattoos, like the staples of the place.
I'm wondering,
and the events that happen.
I'm wondering if this is not their version of Cowboys from Hell.
Really?
Think about it. Think about the elements: sex, drugs. We're going into this bar. We're going to get the woman, blah, blah, blah. We have no real commitment to this place.
I missed the sex. I just thought it was all about drugs.
The girl is mentioned. You see what I'm saying? Like, Shorty's mentioned. So there's like a sexual, like, connotation type thing. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because she's there. The girl with the rose. And then he says, why did we ever begin?
Blah,
well,
blah, I know when it was talking.
And he says, a red cap before the kiss.
Yep.
Okay? A red cap before the kiss.
Yeah.
So he's doing all these drugs and shit with this girl, and then the owners of the bar, the boys, show up. I'm assuming it's a sister. But, you know, whatever. Okay, so now we're going to flip over the cards, and we're going to see how accurate we were.
It was like, good job. Yeah, flip over the cards, idiots.
All right, idiots.
We know how to.
All right, so here is this is pretty interesting.
Oh, this
because it's very rare that we get like this immediate feedback to see like how close we were. Okay, so who is Susie? Here's a genius answer for who Susie is. Holy shit! Who is Susie? Susie is referred to in at least 4 BOC songs. BOC.
Oh wow.
Blue Oyster Cult. Okay.
Yeah.
Susie originally referred to one of Sandy Pearlman's many girlfriends, but later just came to refer to some mean bitch. An interesting aside is that BOC's Imaginos was actually released on Susie Records in Yugoslavia! Everybody who's a OG knows about Yugoslavia.
Oh my gosh, that's right.
Celine, I'm not going to talk about Celine. Okay, so Susie is like, could have been one of his ex-girlfriends and also like becomes a stand-in for just a mean woman or whatever. What have the artists said about this song? According to Albert Bouchard, there were 2 Connerys East and Connerys West, both on Hempstead Turnpike. BOC was the house band at Connerys West for several months between 1969 and 1970. They played Connerys East on New Year's Eve. Alas, the 2 bars have been gone for 20 years now. Okay, so that was a bar that they used to play at.
But there was 2 of them that were named the same thing.
One was East, one was West, yeah.
Yeah.
According to Buck Dharma, Sandy Pearlman witnessed a woman and a man exchange a pill through a kiss when the band was playing at Cornre's Bar.
Oh, the kiss!
Their tongues extend then retract refers to the act of exchanging the pill through their kiss, according to Sandy Pearlman. The incident in question occurred at Connery's Bar, but it was a man who approached Sandy with the red on his tongue offering the kiss. The line, "the gin glows in the dark," also came from an incident at Connery's Bar. According to Sandy, there was a fight and a guy who was drinking a gin and tonic threw his glass down on Sandy's table and the gin was glowing in the dark. Which comes to the ringside thing, because there was a jihad.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We were pretty close. Okay, so like everybody's saying like, yo, this is a 10. This is like my least favorite Blue Oyster Cult song. It's like a 8.9 for me.
I gave it an 8.2.
You did?
Mm-hmm. It started out as a 7.2, so be happy. Be grateful.
All right.
8.2. You guys, we're going to come right back.
Coming right back. Shout out to Vicarious Jambi. Good to see you, buddy. You miserable ass. We shall return. I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/BenandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. Tell us to lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of an ultra stream. Why did people do that, like, in the 90s? Like,
I don't know.
Like, when do those things, like, get played out? Because it looks like there was some... Because it all ended at the same time. Right? Like, it just stopped.
Yeah.
When do those decisions get made? Anyway,
Okay, song number 5 tonight on our Ultra Mega... Actually, it's the Imperishable Flames stream.
Yes.
And we are on song number 5. Let's see... Negative, you think it was boxing announcers? I thought it was sports. But
that was just part of it. All right, here we go. Song numero 5. Song number 5, dear listener. In the midst of this giant stream here. This is a negative vibe selection. Sufjan Stevens and Angelo De Agustin. You give death a bad name. What are you doing?
We said we were going back and forth.
So annoying. No, we're not doing that.
You said we were.
We're not doing that. It's ridiculous. Not doing it. You have AirPods, for God's sake.
And they're not hooked up.
Mortify the flesh.
And they're not hooked up.
I know. I know. We're not doing that. Okay, guys. Here we go. Sufjan Stevens. I forgot the name of the song. Let me read this. Oh my gosh. Here you go. Take it.
No, I don't want to.
You sure? All right. Sufjan Stevens is coming up. The name of the song from Sufjan Stevens is... You Give Death a Bad Name. I was originally going to have the new ASAP Rock song for tonight. But just today, evening of the 20th, I found out that one of my absolute favorites, Sufjan Stevens, was diagnosed with Guillain-Barré syndrome and is slowly relearning how to walk from being nearly paralyzed. So he's been on my mind and my mantra since then. That's legit negative vibes. Wow. Good. Here's a track from his most recent collaboration with Angelo De Agustin. For that album, he and Angelo spent a month at a cabin watching movies and writing songs about them. This track is based loosely on the Night of the Living Dead, but its subject matter expands out to religion and society as a whole, too. Get well soon, Sufjan. Yes, get well soon.
Yes, for sure.
One of the biggest names is in Islamic history. His name was Abu Sufyan. And Abu Sufyan was actually on the bad guys team. And Abu Sufyan was against Muhammad until Muhammad finally took over Mecca. And then Abu Sufyan was like, and Muhammad said, all right, man, I won't kill you. It's all good. It's all right. So that the name Sufyan is a very important name in Islamic history. There you go. What other channel, dear listener, can you observe a minor domestic dispute and then learn about Islamic history? All right, here we go. Sufjan Stevens. Let's do this shiz. You give death a bad name. They started at making it sound like it's like a real serious song.
Shot to the skull, or a strike to the brain. As you withdraw, you give death a bad name. Can you be stopped, or can evil be slain? Is there something to be lost, to surrender the pain? You're just a shade of something betrayed. Watch as you fade into the reservoir. Can you exist, shade of the oculus? No consciousness, less than a metaphor. What was once dead is now coming for you. The television set is the right thing to do. Give me a name more than a flame. Can it contain more than a metaphor? Show me your face, give it some breathing space. Fill my embrace, empty the reservoir. Was it for profit or was it for gain? You keep it your role, you gave life a bad name. Centuries drowning, voices of sound, nothing resembling what had happened before. Contamination, death to America, reanimation, what are you waiting for? Give me a name more than a flame. Can it contain more than a metaphor? Show me your face, give it some breathing space. Feel my embrace, empty the reservoir. Shot to the skull, or a strike to the brain. A cadaver on the cross, you give love a bad name. Can you explain all our divided pain? What still remains after the rigor mortis? Poured gasoline, ghost in a dead machine. God save the queen, lessons and metaphors. Alphametry, edge of the canopy. All this debris, signals and semaphores. Round them all up, drink from the holy cup. What are you waiting for? Jump from the fire into the frying pan. Voice of the
Oh, that's it. That's just a background
I'm
song.
so bummed out that song is done.
This dude has like a.
Wow.
It's a very like whimsical style. This particular.
Yeah, but
song.
it
What's the
also
name
is
of this
like
song?
it feels like it has like a
I
sort
want
of.
this song on my playlist.
Me too. It feels like it has a sort of like sad thoughtfulness and contemplation.
Yeah, there's a lot of contemplation for sure.
Simple and yet deep at the same time.
Sufjan, death. Oh, it's You Give Death a Bad Name.
Yeah, yeah, and it's got such a good sound to it.
You know, there's a like a hair band song called "You Give Love a Bad Name," right?
No.
Yeah. So it was a play. It was a play on that. It was a play on that. Oh shit! A Man of Worship. Okay.
It was called "You Give Love a Bad Name." And
Yeah,
then
the name
this one
of
is
You
called
Give
what?
Love a Bad Name.
This is You Give Death a Bad Name.
You Give
Okay.
Death a Bad Name. It's the same thing. Bon. I was like, yeah, some band. It's Bon Jovi. It's like one of the biggest bands like ever. Even I knew who Bon Jovi was. Subhanallah. I love Sadie.
Even I heard of Bon Jovi back when I was like 15.
Sadie's
So
beating the living shit
didn't know
out of Doug.
any of the music, but why?
It's just so funny to me. Doug's brilliant, but he always has these giant glaring misses that he doesn't realize. And Sadie drove right through it. And then he's failing everything. Shout out to Ascender Prime. All right, here we go. Oh, Leah Axelrod in the house. Hey, game shit. Okay, shot. Okay, first of all, what year did this come out? Because I'm about to give credit to Ghost, which is very interesting. I feel like Ghosts, if they didn't invent the genre, they definitely like perfected the genre, like Jordan with the jump shot of saying really dark things,
but in a sort of light,
in
sort
like
of
this
sounding
like
way.
1950s kind of way that they do it.
Negative thinks it's 2022.
Yeah. So I thought that was interesting. It's such an interesting. Like I remember one time there was like this thing on MTV. It was like math is fun, and it was like the first thing they did was they just did the guy doing the lyrics, math is fun or something like that, and it was just like, oh my god, this is so trash. But then they added the beats and shit, like all the tech and everything, and it sounded like a good song.
Oh really?
And the whole point of the thing was to say, this is how to write it. This is how formulaic
it is.
This is how formulaic this shit is. Like you just beep boop 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 boop, and then you're in. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So like, so he says, shot to the skull or a strike to the brain. That's with a zombie. You can't kill him unless you hit him. You hit him in the head, which is really interesting theologically, because the first motif of divine combat in the Bible is found in Genesis 3:15, and in Genesis 3:15, we're told that, remember Adam and Eve ate the fruit and all this, and so God said, "I'll greatly multiply your pain and childbearing," all this shit. The next thing God says, what God says to the serpent is, I will put enmity between you and the woman, between her seed and your seed. You will bruise his heel, but he will crush your skull. So the very first sort of divine motif of mortal combat between God and the devil is described. Right. The victor is described as crushing the skull of the defeated enemy, but the defeated enemy bruised his heel.
Right.
Which go to Josephus. We've got archaeological evidence of people being crucified with a nail through the heel, and Jesus is crucified on Skull Hill. This is one of my favorite things in the world because it's historical.
Yeah.
So you have this prophecy.
Yep.
You will bruise his heel. He will crush your skull. And here comes Jesus of Nazareth, getting a nail put through his heel, getting crucified on Skull Hill.
Yeah, and it like
literally on Skull Hill.
Looks
and
like
it literally looks like a skull. It's incredible. Anyway, so it's interesting because I've been talking about zombies, and like the concept of zombies is the Western mind dealing with the concept of the resurrection and their own sinfulness.
Oh.
So what's fascinating is, how do you kill the zombie? He's got to have a head wound. Right? You got to have a head wound. Where'd that come from? I don't know. Maybe it's subliminally, whatever. Okay. As you withdraw, you give death a bad name. Can you be stopped? Or can evil be slain? Is there something to be lost to surrender the pains? And I'm assuming, like I said, this is what I said. Like the zombie motif is us haggling with the resurrection, our fear of death, our desire to live forever, and our own sinful nature. You put them all together, the best that the secularists could give us is zombies. Because they can't believe in an actual resurrection.
Mm-hmm.
You're just a shade of something betrayed. That's such a good line. I love tight rhyme schemes because I've got a hip-hop background. You're just a shade of something betrayed. Watch as you fade into the reservoir. Can you exist, shade of the cultist? No consciousness, less than a metaphor. Whoa! Less than a metaphor. That's very interesting. That's very, very interesting. Because, why did you react that way?
Well, less than a metaphor, because, people use metaphors to kind of help you understand something that's actually substantial in front of you, and you're saying you're less than that.
Than a metaphor.
Less than a metaphor.
Which is interesting because you say, well, what are you a metaphor of, dear listener?
Right.
Because in the universe of this song, you find meaning by being a metaphor. Now listen, on this planet, there's nothing above us. So we cannot be a metaphor of anything on this planet. Because we're above everything on this planet. We're the apex predator. We're also the most intelligent. So we can't be a metaphor of anything on this earth because we're the things on earth are metaphors of us.
Right, yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's why you say things like baby cow, mommy cow, blah, 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 blah. Nah, they don't relate the way that mothers relate to children. Nah. It's a metaphor. Okay. So I would say that that is true. That we find meaning in being a metaphor. You know how I know? Because we say things like significant. Say this, you if I were to say, if you guys were to overhear me talking to my son and me saying to my son, you are insignificant, you would say, rightly, that's an abusive parent. Okay? But here, look at this word, dear listener. Insignificant. What is in the word insignificant? Sign, S-I-G-N. Mm-hmm. When you say that somebody's insignificant, what you're saying is you don't represent anything. You're not a sign of anything. You're not a metaphor of anything. Right. That's what that means.
Right.
So you lose your value when you stop being a sign. That's coded into our language. A sign of what? What I would say is that every human being is a sign that there is a God, that he's intelligent, that he's good, he's loving, he's just, and he's going to punish evil. I can know all of that by looking into River Roth's face. Because that's what River Roth represents. He represents God. He is a sign of God. He's a sign of the love of God. It's a sign of the genius of God to create somebody like River. It's his genius. It's you want to say, like, you want to see my masterpiece, it's just look at Riv, because Riv is a sign of me. Mm-hmm. You say, well, God's a real egomaniac. Well, I'm sorry, but when you're the only ego in the universe, which is actually not true. He's not the only ego in the universe. So I think it's one of the most fascinating things to me. It's one of the things that's like my favorite things about being a Christian is that I believe whether you're on the team or not, you're an image bearer of God, and there's something about God I'm going to learn because I was around you that I would not have learned if you were not in my life or I didn't have any interactions with you. Mm-hmm. But I just think this is a crazy line. You're not no consciousness less than a metaphor. He's talking about the zombie. So the zombie, man, we talked about this. The zombie's awake, but he's not conscious.
Right.
Okay? He's alive, but he's dead.
Yeah.
Okay? And so the zombie motif is just such a very powerful motif for people in a Christian environment because there are just so many things to pull out. Give me a name, more than a flame, more than a flame. Ooh, man. things to talk about in this song. So, for example, he says, "Give me a name more than a flame."
Yeah.
How do you interpret that?
I don't. It doesn't make any sense to me. Give me a name
Well,
more than a flame.
Well, think about it. What is a zombie driven
Maybe
by?
a zombie is. I guess it's just to consume the person to make more zombies.
Right. And I think what he's saying is, give me a name more than a flame, because he's got this burning desire to consume. Because it's all they are, is just they just have this desire to consume.
When he says more than a flame,
being given a
does he mean
name,
like a flame, like flame flares up and goes back down? Like, is he saying he wants something that's long lasting?
no, I think what he's saying is when he juxtaposes having a name with being more than a flame, what he's saying is, give me a name, meaning personalize me, humanize me, and more than a flame, because right now he's being completely driven by the fire of hunger to consume.
Oh.
And it's dehumanizing him.
Yeah, okay.
So he wants to go back to when he was an actual person and not just a consumer.
Yeah.
Yep. Can it contain more than a metaphor? Show me your face. Give it some breathing space. Feel my embrace. Empty the reservoir. Again, brilliant rhyme scheme. Mm-hmm. And I don't know exactly who he's talking about, because the entire goal of everything that a Christian does is to see the face of God. Literally. Right? Blessed are the righteous. They will see the face of God. So the Catholics call it the beatific vision. Like, I'm living my entire life just for that one interaction to see the face of God. Okay. So when I don't know if that's what the guy is saying, but that's my life. Show me your face, you know? And that's the thing, like, you know, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord cause his face to shine upon you.
Yeah.
There's nothing like when Jesus looks at you, I'll tell you that.
No, there is not anything like it.
Was it for profit or was it for gain? You gave it your all. You gave life a bad name. I don't know what that is. See, that's when, like, it turns. Because the guy who requested the song says it turns even into religion. So I think right here is when it turns into religion. Was it for profit or for gain? You gave it your all. You gave life a bad name. Centuries trembling, voices assembling, nothing resembling what it had been before. Contamination, death to America, reanimation. What are you waiting for? I think that what are you waiting for there is like God. Because if you look here, who's saying death to America? The Muslims, right?
Oh, okay.
Nobody else is saying death to America, right? It was, remember after 9/11, it's like death to America. They were protesting because people tend to protest when you invade their country and kill their babies and shit. They tend to protest. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay.
So he's saying death to America, but then he says, what are you waiting for? And I think that's the Muslims looking to Allah and saying, what are you waiting for?
Do something about it. Yeah.
Look how horrible they are. Mm-hmm. And then he says it again at the end too, when he says right here, jump from the fire into the frying pan, voice of the choir, now you are born again. Gather in song, calling all the next of kin. Can do no wrong, perfect American. So on the one hand, you got the death to America people asking God, what are you waiting for? On the other hand, you've got the perfect Americans into the black and white Anthropocene. Live it up. Give it a fight. Shot to the heart. God bless America. Failed from the start. What are you waiting for?
Yeah.
So the Muslims are saying, death to America. Ya Allah, what are you waiting for?
Yeah.
And the Christians are saying, oh, we're so nice. We're perfect people. God, keep blessing us.
Wow.
What are you waiting for? Because everybody thinks, everybody assumes that God is on their side. Mm-hmm. People always jump on me about the original sin stuff. But original sin will protect you from the delusion that God is on your side in opposition to the people that you don't like. Because original sin will say, well, if God loves me and he's for me, he's not loving me and for me because I'm better than my enemy. Mm-hmm. Guess what? He loves my enemy too.
Yep.
I mean, I got people right now I'm beefing with, like real live shit. And when I talk to God, I'm like, fuck this guy, dude, blah, blah, blah. He's like, yeah, man, I got you, bro. And I know for a fact that he's in that room with that dude right now, helping him out. I know that for a fact. So, like, and the reason I'm good with that, in spite of the I don't think he's a good whatever. But the reason I'm good with it is because he does it with me. Well, if he's hanging out with me, as you can see, you can only tolerate your boy in very, very short spurts. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this idea that there's one group of people that are particularly bad and we're better than everybody is fucking ridiculous. I think the idea that we're all screwed up puts us on all the same level, and it gives us ability to, like, not judge each other, or if we're gonna judge each other, judge with some understanding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But this is an incredible song to me.
Yeah.
An incredible song.
It was pretty crazy the way that he went about it, and then it took a turn partway through. I really liked it. I really liked the sound of it too.
This is what Sufjan said.
Wow.
I'm surrounded by a really great team. I want to be well. I'll keep you posted as I progress. Thank you for your thoughts and prayers, and a huge shout out for all the incredible caretakers. That's amazing.
Yeah,
that's
amazing. Like about
Good job, Negative Vibes, on that, bro.
I like that I want to be well is in there.
Yes.
Because I think that
that's a really good point.
When people want to be well, like when I worked in the hospital, there was a difference in the healing process of the people that didn't want to be that did not want to get better, and the people that did. Like it was. I don't know if that's kind of interesting. It's one way or the other, because it could be. Let's say both of us are in the same situation. We both busted our hip and we're getting hip replacements, and then we have to do all of the therapy for it. It could be that your tolerance for pain is higher than mine.
Correct.
And so I look more positive about it, and it looks like my healing is going better. But it could be because my body, you know what I mean? Like, who knows what they're experiencing.
That's correct.
Although I will say, just overall, the people that healed slowly were very negative people. And the positive people healed fast. And I don't know if it's because just life was a little easier for them. I have no clue. I don't know. But I definitely think, you know what? Regardless, positivity is good. And positivity brings you, a long way. So if the person wants to be healed and they have that positivity toward it, and they're going through it, it's almost a form of faith,
Absolutely, it's for sure.
9.8
for me.
Yeah, me too.
The song's on my phone, so if it's on my phone,
9.8.
At minimum, it's getting a 9.8.
Right.
Who selected this? This is a really
Negative.
good song. Negative. His name is Negative Vibes, like literally the most positive person in the village. Like,
stop it.
Pretty ridiculous. Okay, I want to leave you guys. We're coming right back. I'm saying I want to close this review with what Sufjan said. He said, "Be well, be joyful, stay sane, stay safe. I love you. Yours truly, from a wheelchair. Hugs and kisses, Sufjan Stevens." Come on, y'all. He can stay positive. You can stay positive.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Yep.
Commercial break. Bye. Right back. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
Buy merch indeed, a child shall lead them to buy how much. Yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of an ultra stream, ultra combo. Shout out to Negative Fives. That was Sufjan Stevens. We are now on to another song. Song number 6 is from Archero, from a band by the name of Unlucky Morpheus. The name of the song is Cadaver. The name of the song is Cadaver. I'll do a brief Ask Me Anything. Soraya is out there taking care of the situation with the babies. So if you guys have any questions for your boy, you can ask me, and inshallah, I'll do my best to answer them before she comes back. If she comes back before then there's nothing that can be done, obviously. So the bar is open. If you have questions, go for it, dear listener. Imagine here, the desire for more positive experience is itself a negative experience, and paradoxically, the acceptance of one's negative experience is itself a positive experience. Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that, but it sounds very wise. There's probably some truth in there somewhere, although... I want to see how this turns out. For sure, we should get a village fight night thing going someday. I really dig that idea with Street Fighter. Hell yeah. We should do like a Street Fighter tournament with some metal and shit. That'd be crazy. Like it could be like a battle of the band / battle of the teams and shit. Like, that would be a really cool idea. Because you get Twitch streams and then you get like YouTube streams. But you never get like Twitch, like the video games with the music.
Oh.
So, like, we're playing video games, because I can multitask. Yeah. Like, I can play the video games and like, oh, that's nice, da, 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 and, like, still, like, compete and shit. I don't know. That would be really, really interesting.
All right.
Yeah, it's fully cross-platform. Yeah, that should be really interesting. The first rule of Village Fight Night is that you do not talk about Village Fight Night. Archero... Helena...
I'm going to help you.
Send me an email on the structure on that idea. That'd be a really interesting idea. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna read you guys information about song number 6. We can switch that for here. Unlucky Cadaver. Here's Archero's breakdown. Formed in Japan in 2000. Ooh, a Japanese band. Unlucky Morpheus is unapologetically independent. They have released 19 full-length albums without the backing of a record label. They play a mix of power metal and neoclassical metal. I do not want to spoil anything, but I will say pay attention to the video. You're in for a surprise.
All right.
All right. When will we get a cringy YouTuber apology video? I don't think we're gonna get I mean, I'll apologize. I mean, I have apologized a bunch of times on YouTube. Maybe I don't know what the joke is. All right, here we go. Cadaver. Here we go. Unlucky Morpheus, Cadaver. Let's do it. And we got to watch the video because there's a twist in the video. So I'm going to do this. Nobody. Am I muting it? Do you hear anything yet? Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I knew it!
What an interesting idea.
This is one of those songs where I tell you, one of my biggest pet peeves, and it shouldn't be a pet. This is just me being stupid, and we should do more of it. It's like you won't believe what this guy, the thumbnail. It's like, 2 or 3 years ago, that was all the big thing too. It's like everybody had to put their hands on their face.
Yes. Yes, true.
I can't believe this. Like there's a reason, like, you know, the reaction channel thing kind of like went like this.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, all the people we were friends with like 4 years ago, like, they're not doing it anymore because that's why I'm talking about this, like, Twitch thing. Like, you got to consistently evolve and engage. And it takes a lot out. If you're not a person like who would just naturally engage with your folks, then it's very hard.
Oh yeah.
Like, cause I remember, like, I was like trying to coach this guy. You know who he is, and I'm like, how many of your people do you talk to every day? He goes, every day.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, there can't be a day where you don't interact with somebody on your channel. And he's like, do you know how much work that is? That's too short. I can't do that. Blah blah blah. I'm like, all right, cool. It's not work for me. You know what I'm saying? Like these, I mean, I would reach out to Middle anyway. I'd reach out to Ian anyway. You know what I'm saying? So it's really interesting. But the point of me bringing up the thumbnail thing is like,
yeah, where are we going with that?
This is one thumbnail where I would do something like this.
Yeah.
Because what they did was absolutely brilliant. First of all, I didn't have the name of the song right. It was Cadaver, and then they spelled cadaver backwards. So it was like it's like that movie with Denzel Washington's son, Tenet.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Right?
Yeah.
Like where half the song was in half the movie was in one direction, and then the other, like the physics of the physics of the movie was like inverted. I think it was like time inversion is what they called it. But that was essentially it. They did sort of like an inversion thing where they flipped the song and they kept
they were playing it backwards.
Yeah, I mean.
And then I guess they changed the lyrics, but they were still doing those backwards also.
Yeah, like the vocal patterns were also reversed. Like, that's incredible.
That girl playing the violin was crazy. Like, she was all in on that. That was amazing. That was such a sight. That was beautiful. Yeah,
the guitar, the work on the violin with that song was insane. She turned the violin into a metal instrument. Which,
yes, she did.
If you listen in the album of Viscaris, they don't do that. They keep the violin as a violin, and it works for them. But in this particular situation, like, Shorty was treating the violin like it was a percussion instrument. You know, it's like what I saw an interview with Elton John, and he was saying, like, the piano is a percussion instrument. They need to be struck. You know, I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. But yeah, later, guys. Yeah, so cadaver. When you spell it backward, it's the same thing. I will go back here where my rotten dead body has been marked with flames.
Oh my gosh.
It's like, welcome.
Its shape and turned into red ashes.
It shines in its stone container. He's still talking about the rotten body. So was that like the grave? Stone container? Because this person's dead. Stone. I'll go back here where my rotten body has been marked with flames. Its shape turned into red ashes. It shines in its stone container. So it's either that or she was cremated.
That's what I thought. Cremation.
Yeah, it looks like a cremation type of.
But they said stone, so I wasn't really sure. Like
situation. The new and full moon surrounds us and disappears, carrying our fate like a jewel. It comes with its eternal light, and for its beautiful last moment, time has stopped. Where shall I go? At the end of the trip, I've fallen into the world of death. That's an interesting line when you say, where does a person go when they die?
Okay.
Because that's a directional measurement.
Yep.
And those measurements are not pertinent in those other dimensions, because we know that time and space are not real, right?
Right.
Spooky addiction. We've talked about this a million times. You can Google it right now. They'll tell you that what you see in front of you is not real. Local realism, the idea that things are there whether or not you observe them, is not true. That's just scientific fact. So when you ask the question, where do you go when you die? That's because you're in a 4-dimensional space-time box in your mind, right? Length, width, height, time. So all of your measurements follow some variation of that. And so like the physics of dimension 4 through infinity, I have no idea. We barely know anything about life here. So you don't go anywhere when you die, as in like I'm going to go from like, California to Louisiana. When you die, your consciousness, I don't think it goes anywhere. It just becomes aware. There is a veil between dimensions 4 and 5. And I think what's happening with a lot of this UAP, UFO shit is the veil being pulled down for a second and then zipped back up.
Yeah.
So I don't look at
that way.
I look at like we're in heaven, hell, everything right now, but our awareness and our experience of those realities are being kept from us for as long as we're on this platform. So I don't think we go anywhere. I just think, curtains get pulled down. Like at the moment of death, it was very interesting listening to, I used to grow up watching Siskel and Ebert. There were these two critics.
Okay.
They were movie critics. You know the whole two thumbs
I've heard
down?
you talked about.
You ever heard like two thumbs down?
Yeah,
Thumb up, thumb down, whatever. Like, when I was a kid, like, man, if your movie got 2 thumbs up from Siskel and Ebert, we're watching that shit, bro.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, Siskel, I think Ebert was dying, and his wife talked about like the last kind of moments of his life, and he had like gone under and came back, and he said he looked at her and he said, all of this is an elaborate hoax. Like a day or two before he died, he was laughing almost like, oh my God. It's like I was trying to get into a gate, and so me and this woman were like trying to figure out this gate, and the solution was so simple. It's like right in our face the entire time. And so like when we became conscious of the solution, we both looked at each other. It was like, oh my God, it was there the entire. That's what it's gonna be like. It's like, oh my gosh, it was here the entire. It was like in front of us the entire time. We're not. It's like what Jacob said is, surely the Lord was here and I did not know. It's because God opened his perceptive consciousness to the other realities. Like even without any sort of spiritual input, this is true. Like we only hear at a certain level of hertz. There are other animals that hear way, way better than us. There's so many different perceptive things, even on the earth here in just normal human science, where it's like, yeah, we're not experiencing, life as for what it is. But, I do think it's important for people, especially in the current day and age we're in, especially with all the new, not really new, ancient wisdom, but now some people need people in white lab coats to tell them that something is real before they'll believe it.
Yep.
And so the people in the white lab coats are also saying this shit. So, like, I think it's important for people to think about death. I think it's important for them to think about transitioning. I think it's important for people to understand, like, to think about your consciousness. And, I was spending some time, like, meditating last night. And it's like, one of the things that was, like, mind-blowing to me was, like, meditating on the fact that we can meditate. And
okay,
that's another thing that separates you from ants, from like there's so many things about this life and human beings that is so mysterious that if we would just like sit down and be quiet and think this shit through, like, yo, I can sit here and meditate. And Kastrup calls it meta knowledge, like the knowledge that you have knowledge. Not that you have knowledge of something. That's just knowledge. Kastrup says meta knowledge is the knowledge that you have the knowledge. And so that's all we know.
Yeah.
So, like, for sure, from a secular perspective, my point is, from a secular perspective, like, you could still get to, I need to think, like, the song was really focusing about death and things like that. So it's really crazy. Just so the facts are, this is a message from Dwayne that he sent to hell. He said that he sent to hell. The Beatles were the first ones to write a perfectly symmetrical song. All right, what do you give this song? What do you give the song?
You go first.
9.2 for me.
I'm gonna give this one a solid 9.
Okay, solid 9. All right, dear listener, we are coming right back.
Wait, hold on a second. What am I doing? No. This one is a 9.6. It's a 9.6.
What did I give
doing?
It was a 9.6, right?
I don't know what you just gave it. I thought you gave it a 9.
I can't give it anything other than that. It's a 9.6 if I didn't get it before.
Yeah.
The song was absolutely.
For
the
sure.
song was absolutely.
That was crazy.
Freaking amazing. We're coming right back. Song number 7, dear listener. Ultra streaming this bitch commercial break. Back. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that off.
can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of an ultra
mega stream
combo.
Are we on song 6?
Song 7, I think.
Or
I'm
7.
not sure. Here. All right, guys, here we go. Song number 2. I think this is a Middle
song has
Earth.
already had multiple picks that have gone on our playlist, so.
Yeah. This is a Middle Earth.
Right, the Imperishable Flame
The
stream.
Imperishable Flame.
How dare you not say that?
This thing is like got its like subterranean in
Yeah,
this
but
ditch.
I mean, I can fix that while you read the thing.
Okay. Okay, here it is. This is Middle Earth's pick. This is brought to you by the Imperishable Flames. Dear listener, the Imperishable Flames are a coordinated effort. You've heard of the Illuminati. You've heard of the Freemasons. They're pretty close. Here we go. Middle Earth comments. Probably my favorite album of the year. If you like melodic black metal, you'll probably like this album. Norwegian band formed in 2005. This is their 4th album release, along with a demo and EP and some singles. The name of the band is Sworn. The name of the song is The Forsaken. The Forsaken is the name of the song. Jonathan had a song called Forsaken.
Reza, please stop that.
I thought you opened that.
No.
Did you ask him for it?
Yeah, but you seemed kind of meh. So
No, it's all good. All right, here we go, guys. You don't want it?
No.
Sworn the Forsaken. Let's do it. Shout out to Chile. Treble picking, baby. Let's do it. in the solo. The little jazz little lick there,
You like
right.
that?
Well, usually what would happen in that, you would just do 4-4-4 and then you go to the next one, but like he kind of interrupted it on like the third count and like introduced that little random lick in there, and it still fit because the math was still good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to explain it. I love like little shit like that. Like for example, like Lars's drum fills on Disposable Heroes.
Okay.
Like he does something completely different in verse 3 after the solo where like he doesn't do before. I just like little like variations on, because you do that, like you write a song or whatever, and it's like it's straight and it's like and then you add you like for example like that middle. The middle for the, like the lullaby type song, the one like we're still trying to figure out like what verse 1 is going to be. Because I got to keep rewriting verse 1 because it just, that middle?
Yeah.
That like, it's my favorite middle of all the things. Like anything I've ever written, that middle I'm the most proud of. Perkinos actually heard that part and he pointed out the middle part too. He's like, yo,
the middle.
That part. Yeah. And like that middle, like it was just a regular whatever. And then, like, it developed, like, over... Remember? Like, you were there when I made that because I messed up. I was playing something. I messed up. I was like, yo, remember that? I was like, yo.
Yeah.
And you were like, what? And I was like, don't say nothing. And I was doing it. I was like, oh, boom. But, like, you add little subtleties to the riff, like, because you're playing it over and over again, and the song's not complete, so you still get to experiment. And, like, when you get to, like, the other side of it, it's, like, it's real cool shit. And only people, I hate saying it this way, but like only people who like are really into this genre or play the instrument are gonna catch those little subtleties. But like, I really, really, really appreciate it, because when I was coming up, I came up in nu metal, and I'm always gonna be grateful to nu metal, obviously. But nu metal was like, if you heard the first 30 seconds of the song, you knew the entire song. It's like, okay, that's the main riff. You're going to do that. And then what you're going to do is you're going to transpose it somehow to like a single chord thing. And then you're going to power chord it or you're going to chug the exact same pattern. Like, we know. You know what I'm saying? Like, in like a nu metal song, like exactly how it's going to go. So I love like the little subtleties of that you have in there because that's really what I love about it. Okay, so sonically, I love this song, man. I really, really, truly love this song. It was so badass. That's why nu metal sucks. That's why jam sessions bring out the best musical moments. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
A wildfire spread in the deepest of his bones, firing through every inch of his flesh known. To drain what strength in him remained, thus follows a journey told through fire. Immolation was his fate, destined to walk the ashlands in the eternal fire's great, a journey walked through fire. Okay, what do you...
Remember we were talking about the whole rite of passage concept? So that was kind of like what I was like reading onto the... this.
Oh.
Immolation was his face, destined to walk the ashlands in the eternal fire's great, a journey walked through fire. For centuries he witnessed cascading flames everlasting, an epic of lingering suffering, cursed for eternity. So this guy died and he went to hell. Right? So he's in the Dante's Inferno, the fiery place. Isolated in a cosmic inferno. That's an interesting concept, a cosmic inferno. Because when I was a kid, you always thought about hell as being underground.
Yeah.
Right?
True. Yeah.
I remember when I was a kid, I was at Catholic school, it was me and my little buddy. We were digging in the sandbox and there was like this, I don't know, it's probably like the company like seal or something like that. But he was like, yo, he said, this is a gateway to hell. I was like, oh my God. He's like, yeah, right under this is hell. I was like, oh no. And so like we would like lean under like to listen. He's like, don't you hear that?
Seriously?
He was dead. I was like first grade. You know what I'm saying? Like we were really, really young kids, and we were in Catholic school. We were both convinced that we were hearing the screams of the damned.
That's true. One time I remember, like, I was wondering if I would be able to hear people in hell, and I put my ear to the ground. I actually did it a couple of times as a kid.
What's the name of this band? The name of the band is Swarm. The name of the song is The Forsaken. So he's in hell, which you are forsaken in hell.
Right.
You know, like, the concept of forsaken is another one of those kind of placeholders that are in our language that I don't believe would be in our language without Christianity. Because it's such an old school word, forsaken.
No, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
You know, like, that's a very interesting. And usually people have like a religious connotation when they use that term.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it means to abandon, but it generally has taken on a religious connotation of God abandoning a person, and so hell becomes hell, because the concept is, no matter what horrible situation you find yourself in, you know, Deuteronomy says, listen, even if you sin and you've been scattered all to the ends of the earth, he says, the minute you cry out for me, the Lord your God will hear your cries. He'll come and rescue you and bring you back from all the four corners of the earth, just as he spread you to the other earth. So it's like that, the concept of like, no matter where you are on the planet, anytime you call out to God, no matter what you've done, he's going to come through for you.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that makes hell hell is that is no longer true.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, because, you know, for me personally, my darkest times have been when I almost, like, couldn't connect with God. Like, I sent out a prayer and it felt like it was just nothing. And, like, there was still a part of me that had faith, but that faith almost had gotten so small. So I would agree with that. That it's very dark. It's like, because I know that God exists and I know that people can talk to him and reach for him, and that he, you know, like if you reach for him, like he's gonna want to bridge that gap. Like it says in the scriptures, like you will seek me and find me when you search for me with all your heart.
I'll be found by you, says the Lord. Wallahi, I had that in my head. I was just about to say it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's why I smiled when you did it, because it was like, all that. But like, yeah, the concept of like being abandoned by God is and it's really interesting. Like at some level, we got to make up our mind, because on the one hand, people are mad about hell and like, oh my God, how could God abandon a person? But on the other hand, you got people saying, don't push your religion down my throat. It's like, okay, hell is God saying, I'm not going to push my religion down your throat. That's what hell is.
Mm-hmm.
People, like, look, let me say it this way. When you're thinking about, like, the concept of hell and all the rest of it, as, you know, I already talked about this in the other video. I perceive hell to be some sort of combination between The Purge and The Walking Dead. You know, you got the movie The Purge, and in the movie, they suspend all laws. Was it for one day?
I thought it was one night.
And so, because people are basically good, all you see people is going to Walmarts and stealing food to give to the homeless, or they go to banks to steal the money to give to the poor. That's what happens when all the laws were suspended. Obviously, I'm being silly. It was nothing but rapes and murders.
Because one, nobody would believe such a tale, and two, nobody wants to watch such a tale. People want to see the craziness. What in the world?
Yeah. The Purge to me says all the people arguing with me about original sin are wrong.
Right.
Say it that way. But my point is, it's like, because I understand the concept. Like, obviously, if you say, you know, you think that God's going to set somebody on fire for all eternity, blah, blah, blah. Like, obviously, like, I don't believe that. And I personally believe there's no way to morally, I'm not going to say morally, but I'm going to say the personality of the God that I meet in the Bible does not have the capability to do that. I don't think he's capable of that. The reason I'm saying that is because the Israelites screwed up in the book of Judges and says that God left them. But then it says that the Israelites are crying out so much that the Lord could not bear their crying out, and so he sent a judge to rescue them. He couldn't take their crying out. And one of the things that's really fascinating to me is I don't believe that the people in hell are calling out to God for mercy. Because I believe that if they did, he would.
Answer.
He would. What people don't understand is that, and again, this is why we have metaphors that will help us with this. When you get bitten by a zombie, you yourself become a zombie. And in a lot of these shows, it takes a while. Mm-hmm. You know, it starts off with a little scratch, and then it kind of spreads. Mm-hmm. And like in some of these shows, they kind of like scientifically kind of get there by saying it's some sort of virus it's actually in everybody. Like in Walking Dead, there was a virus that is in everybody. So everybody, I love that, because everybody has a seed of a walker in them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so like, that is such an important concept. It's like when you get into the circumference of one of these zombies and they start consuming you, you start becoming a consumer yourself. And so what if you had an entire society of people whose only goal was to consume each other? That's hell. But they think because they're consuming someone that they're in good shape, even as they're being consumed.
Mm-hmm.
And however that works itself out is not an environment I want to be in. Human beings need to make up your mind. If you want love, peace, cupcake, sex, chocolate, movies, music, metal, guitars, then there is a source for all that, and it's not me and it's not you. But you don't get to have all that shit for all eternity and say, man, fuck you. I'm going to take all of your benefits, because the scripture says, praise the Lord and forget not all his benefits, who forgives your sins and heals all your diseases and rescues your life from the pit, etc., etc. So there's nothing wrong with saying, hell yeah, I benefit from God. God, that's why he made us, so that we could benefit from him. Mm-hmm. That's what worship is. Worship is my expression of the many benefits that I have for being in the family. So, like, you don't want that. You want, like, there was this really scandalous, terrible situation that happened last year. I almost shot a Middle America video on it. This girl was a valedictorian, and her dad, I think it was her stepdad or her adoptive dad, was, like, mega rich.
Okay.
And in her valedictorian speech, here she is, living off of this guy's dime her entire life. She gets up there and starts talking. He had died, I guess. She gets up there and starts talking about how he's a white this and horrible man and blah, 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 blah. It's like, bitch, you out here on your dad's dime? Well, if you feel that way, shorty, then fucking put back the diploma and make your own way then. Like, some of this shit I can't stand something like that. She was up there with her woke fucking... white male, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, what are you doing? This dude put you through school, bro.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to go after white dudes, fine. That's the wrong one to go after. But this is y'all.
And he died.
This is y'all. You're a trust fund kid living on the benefits of your father, and you reject him over and over and over and over again. And you got the audacity to believe that dude needs to be on your clock. And you're going to decide when you're good and ready respond to your father. Man, y'all crazy.
It's crazy because there's somebody that comes into the chat. I'm not going to name the homie, but he'll say some pretty disrespectful stuff about God sometimes. And I'm like, yo, there's so much there that person is like not seeing reality for what it is, because they have a keyboard. They have their fingers that have been given to them by God, the dexterity, the ability to be able to remember which keys do what, or if they're on their phone. The eyesight that it requires to be able to see the screen, to be able to do that, the mind that it took to process the information, to be able to come up with something to mock God with, like all those things, none of them are yours. And you're sitting there and you're saying that stuff about God, but all the while, like, you're just taking advantage of all of his gifts, and it's like that. You're like the trust fund baby, spitting in the face of God, not even realizing just... And
then finally when he says, okay, go for it. Here's a little place in the universe where you and your friends can get along without me. You're going to say that God is bad because we're going to create a hellscape.
100%.
Okay. I'm not here to defend God. You need defense from God. God doesn't need defense from you. Just look, my point is these are real issues. I don't believe you're going to end up in a literal lake of fire. I believe that your consciousness is going to be blinded from your ultimate source of joy and happiness, which is your creator. And
I mean,
right now on the earth, God is at some level violating your free will, because a lot of you guys are saying, leave me alone. And like a good parent, he's not going to leave you alone. But eventually, there comes a time when the human family graduates to being from a child to an adult, and God's going to hold us accountable like adults. You cannot say, and believe me, Tyler, I don't know you. We haven't talked a lot. I get your perspective. I personally feel the Christian God is vindictive, spiteful, entitled, disobeying his rules, gets people cursed for generations. Why would a loving God have his own son tortured to death? What I would say is that as Christians, we believe that God is a simple being. And what I mean by simple being, What I mean by that is to say that it's not like he's like 9 parts love and like 3 parts justice. When God looks at a situation, all of his attributes simultaneously engage in that situation. So when God looks at a sinner, his love says, I got to rescue this person. Right. His justice says, man, that bill's got to be squared, bro. So Tyler, some of this is, I would challenge you, right? Like, so for example, I listened to this, I don't tell the story a lot because it's so infuriating. I was listening to this talk radio show in New York City, and there was this former child molester, and he was saying that pedophiles should be able to destroy property whenever they want. And the radio host was like, what are you talking about? Why? And he said, we have paid our price to society, but when we get out of jail, we get put on a sex offender list and blah, 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 and we can never live outside of the shadow of all that. And because of that, everybody condemns us. And because of that, we're so angry, we should be able to destroy property. And the radio host was like having a conniption because he couldn't. He's like, mind-boggling. Are you insane?
You destroyed a person's life.
Correct.
For the rest of their life, that's going to affect them.
But to him, it's not significant to him, so he doesn't care. And he actually believes that we're wrong for judging him. Now, the issue is, me, and I'm sure my boy Tyler, do not struggle with attraction to children. So I can look at that guy and go, you horrible! But then my affinity for violence. Well, everybody struggles with something. It's like, Tyler, all of us are screwed. We don't get to say that the child molester is a terrible, horrible person who God should judge while simultaneously saying we're good people. Mm-hmm. Because we just got lucky, and for whatever reason, natural selection saw fit to make it so that you're not attracted to a child, or whatever you think makes people attracted to children. You don't struggle with that, so you get to condemn those people. Those are like separate kinds of human beings, and you're not like them. There's nothing like, you have nothing in common with them. Sorry, man. We're all bad. And here's the thing. When you say, why did God have to destroy his son to forgive someone? Very simple. Because like I told you, there are child molesters in the world, and most of us universally hold them as more despicable than murderers. I've hung out with a lot of murderers. I've eaten with murderers. I've never sat down and eaten with a person who's done that to a child. So like our culture still has some semblance of this is the only thing where children are still kind of protected in this country, and that's going away very quickly. But there are going to be pedophiles in heaven. And that's the reason Jesus had to die. Because a loving God will love everybody, including the most unlovable person. But God cannot say to that pedophile, oh yeah, it's all good, come on, bro. You good, come on. You know they killed that boy Emmett Till? They beat that boy to death. Dragged him, all types of shit. He's all disfigured. Couldn't even recognize him as a human being. We went to trial. Nothing happened to them people. Nothing. You know why? Because black lives don't matter in 1955 over there in America. There's no value to Emmett Till's life. So when those people are on trial, they get forgiven. There's no price paid because he wasn't valuable. So when Jesus says to that child molester, yes, I'll forgive you, if you look at that cross and you see what the fuck actually happened to that child. Because the scripture says that Jesus was brutalized beyond human recognition. And this is what we do. We dehumanize people. You guys know there's whole categories of people that are dehumanized in this country. I don't need to reiterate that to you. So what are you talking about? What do you want God to do? Only punish the people you deem should be punished. And not forgive people you deem should not be forgiven. Nah, bro, I think God he might know things we don't know. Nah, I'm good. I'll take my crucified and risen Jesus for the shit that I did. I will take the forgiveness, but I can never look at the crucified Jesus and go, yeah, man, that's cool, all that shit that I did. I could never do that. So yeah, A price has to be paid because people are valuable. Children are valuable. Black people are valuable. White people are valuable. I just saw, I couldn't watch it. There was this off-duty cop on a bike, and you get these two teenagers in a car, and they're like, oh, let's kill him. And they did.
No.
They ran a dude off and killed him. Didn't even know him. An entire life of service gone. Can those two boys be forgiven? Hell yeah, they can be forgiven. But not without a cross. Because that guy was valuable. And God can't just go, oh yeah, you killed that now. That's cool, bro. That's cool. Come on in. King Von killed 7 people. 7 people. Then he built his rap. Then God was gracious to him. That boy killed 7 people. He got out of jail, and God made him a millionaire in 2 months. 2 months, God made him a millionaire. And do you know how he made all that money? Rapping about the people he killed. He was walking around telling his friends that God chose him. Hell yeah, God chose you, obviously. Just like he chose Pharaoh, Vaughn. Come on, guys. This dude went around. God did all this stuff for him. He killed all them people. And God made him a millionaire. And you know how he died? He did some dumb shit. He woke up and he went and assaulted somebody, and one of his friends shot him. They killed that boy on camera. And you know what happened? The coroner released an image of his post-autopsy body. Then the guy that killed Vaughn got found not guilty. They dropped the charges. And then he dropped a song about killing Vaughn. Then his girlfriend, who the whole fight was about, is now an OnlyFans model. So my point is to say, you can say, oh man, God did Vaughn really dirty. Because he killed that boy. I believe that. I believe God orchestrated that situation and killed that boy on camera. Yes, I do. Jesus Christ did that, absolutely. He killed that boy in front of all of us and said, don't fuck around. Because you see, if God didn't do that with Vaughn, people would have been saying, well, shit, you can kill 7 people? Be unrepentant about it?
Wow.
Brag about it? Spike the football? Get rich and just go along and there's no problem? Nah, bro. There's a God in heaven. Vaughn knows that now. I hope you guys figure it out before it's too late. You're playing around with this shit, boy. This song is at 9.5. I loved it. Really good song.
I wanted to add
really
that because
song.
at the beginning you were talking about, like, you know, hell and stuff like that, and you were like, you know, you don't believe that maybe God would actually do that to people and stuff. Mm-hmm. I agree with you, but the only thing is, even if it's a metaphor, we still have to understand that the metaphor of hell is only used in the description of hell.
Correct.
And so a lot of us have experienced what we would call hell here on earth, and we've suffered and we've whatever, but whatever you've been through in this life, that he didn't call hell. So correct. Whatever is over there
That's a good point.
Is hell, and it's whatever it is, it's serious. So yeah, I agree with you. I don't know exactly what it means or exactly what God is doing with it, but I do know that it's serious. And I do know that if he says
they're not enjoying themselves over there.
Right. Today, if you hear his voice, don't harden your heart. Don't turn yourself away. If you feel that tugging and you have that thought in your head, like maybe there's something here, like explore the hell out of that. The way that you search out the things that you've wanted to search out in the past that maybe have been very destructive for you, the same energy that you put into searching for those things and the same way that you maneuvered situations to get the things that you wanted to get, that's what you have to do for Christ. So you want it, you want to know, then you have to search for it like you're searching for hidden treasure. When you want it that bad, when you want it like the guy that's like digging for it because he really needs that treasure, you're going to find it. And he's going to be had and found by you. So
yeah, we got the lyrics. The lyrics are okay, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You guys are doing way too much already. Perkinoff says, we're all worthy of God's wrath and punishment, and because of that, we require surety. Someone, I love the way he talks, subhanAllah. I swear I'm going to give him hugs and kisses. I see. A surety! That we require a surety. Only Perkinoff would use that word, subhanAllah. Someone to take our place. Someone to take our place, subhanAllah. In Christ Jesus, for God is merciful, but his justice must also be satisfied. You can't make the story up, y'all. I don't care what y'all say. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break. What a story. Holy shizzle. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed. They probably got a divorce, and you know how that shit go. A child should lead them
to buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of an ultra stream. This is, dear listener, song number 8. It's by the big homie Moho. Okay, Mojo. Okay, so we got the last 3 songs are all going to be Savatage.
Okay, all right.
I don't know if I put Savatage on the thing. I probably should have. Okay, I do have the lyrics, Mojo. So don't worry about that. Let me read about what Mojo says. Details for the next 3 songs, guys. Here you go. Listen up. I offer you tonight 3 more Savatage songs. The 30th anniversary of the death of Chris Olivia is coming up in a few weeks. Is that the guy that died the bus? There's like he was on his bike, and then he got hit by a truck, and then like 20 years later, the other guy in his band died the same way. I don't know if that was him. I don't know if that was him or not. What? But people will tell us in the comment section. And I had been thinking about doing a memorial stream since last year. Sadly, this is just not going to be in the cards, so I've decided to submit 3 Chris-era Savatage songs for this stream. 2 of them will be live. Unfortunately, no video. It's extremely frustrating that there is no good video out there of this band with high-quality audio from the 80s to the early 90s, yet we have great content from bands from the early 80s all the way back to the 60s.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, we almost nothing of any quality of this band from the Chris era. Mojo, the next time you're in a situation like that, send me an email, especially if it's something like this, like a memorial or something like that. Send me an email, and I will work with Amy, and we'll find a way we'll create a video ourselves and comment on it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying this for everybody. I'm specifically talking about this. Like, you got a major band and somebody died and all this, and there's no, like, video of them. Like, there's a lot of bands where, like, there's no, like, real good music video because they're so small. This is not the case. So I don't want everybody saying, hey, create this, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about, you know, Mojo is a consistent guy and all this, and he wanted to honor this guy and all that. So, Mojo, if I'd have known, bro, I'd have tried, because I'd have wanted to get this guy his props, okay? All right, so song number 1 is 24 Hours Ago. And so here is the comment about 24 Hours Ago. It's a song recorded by Savatage in 1987. I was in my 20s when I first heard this song. I always assumed it was a song about teenage angst. I'm in my 50s now, and when I hear the song today, from an adult's point of view, I can't help but think about the song Radar Love by the band Golden Earring. I was going to submit both of these songs and do a compare-contrast until I was told that you had already reacted to the Golden Earring song. Suffice it to say, those two songs are two sides of the same coin. In Radar Love, the protagonist in the song is driving to something, and the song ends in tragedy. In this song, the protagonist is driving away from something probably equally as tragic. Lyrics aside, there's another commonality between the two songs. Radar Love starts with an iconic bass line that runs from start to finish. I remember that one. Because that bass was so hard. Because I always remember bass lines. 24 Hours Ago has been a big outro that starts with a driving bass line that is somewhat reminiscent of the bass line from Radar Love. I don't know if this was done on purpose by Savatage when writing their song or if it's just a happy accident, but whenever I hear one of these songs, I can't help but thinking about the other. This version was recorded live and is from their live tribute album for Chris Olivia, Ghost in the Ruins, released in 1995. The studio version of this song is good, but this is one of those songs that just sounds so much better live. It's always a standout song in their set list, especially during the Chris era of the band, as it was really just a platform for Chris to melt faces for 5 minutes. Hopefully, this particular song features Chris, because this is a live song. So hopefully, we'll get to actually see the homie in action. That would be pretty actually.
Yeah.
It'd be actually pretty cool. It'd be a good feeling. All right, here we go, guys. 24 Hours Ago, Savatage. Let's do it. This is one of Leah Axelrod's favorite albums. From one of the most underrated bands ever, she says. Let's check it out. We'll be the judge of that.
Tired of hearing the same old song. see some hands up in the air, let's go!
That was Chris, right? That was Chris. That dude can sing his ass off, boy.
Yeah, they're definitely rock. Yeah, I got the Guns N' Roses vibe too. Also, like
definitely Guns N' Roses,
like that era of type of music. The vocal style surprised me at first, and then.
Well, I was looking for it because he said like it features Chris melting faces. Mm-hmm. I don't know how like somebody can do that. I was Head was talking about they were doing one of these big festivals and was it Dio? He was talking about Dio, and he was like, because Dio, that band, and the Rainbow whatever, like obviously the focal point, it's like Tool, the focal point has to be the vocal because it's such a crazy vocal style.
Yeah.
But like still the entire band took care of business for sure. What did you think this song was about though?
Okay. Behind the wheel just went along. I'm tired of hearing the same old song. Look, I rule the night. No end in sight. I think I'm going insane. Engines grind. I hit the red line. I'm moving fast. Forget the past. I'm burning tread. In my head, I am gone. 24 hours ago, yeah. Got to escape. Can't take it anywhere. Grab my suitcase and kicked out the door, yeah. I've got bloodshot eyes, hypnotized. Maybe it's time for him to leave and go hit the road traveling for the band.
Well,
and you know how they'll say that. Well, go ahead.
No.
Well, he said, I'm tired of hearing the same old song.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's like being tired of playing the same band songs.
Yes, I think this is like talking about life on the road, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, I would assume that if you were in a band, oh my God, Leah's part of a rock opera?
It's part of a rock opera.
Oh, it's part of a rock opera. You got to get the whole. Oh, I thought she said I was in a rock opera. Blah blah blah. Like, holy shit!
What is a rock opera?
What's up, everyone? Love to the chat. Shout out to the big homie. Shout out to my big homie. We've got a special review that's coming down the pike pretty soon here, and that's as much as I will say.
You just wait and see.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like it's talking about life on the road. There is a sense in which, like, if the song is about life on the road, there's a sense in which your life is pretty much in 24-hour increments at that point. And the reason I'm saying that is because you're in a different place every day. Mm. You're never in the same place every day. So the environment isn't consistent. The only thing that's consistent is the time. Right. See what I'm saying? Yeah. 24 hours ago. So like time's the only thing that's like consistent in that lifestyle because you're going from a city to city to city to city. Yeah, but the people are always different.
No, your bandmates.
Your bandmates, yeah.
Yeah, if they're like your family, they can be kind of like home.
He's saying I'm going insane. You know, it's like, well, I mean, you're trapped on a bus the entire time or a hotel room the entire time. Yeah. And obviously, like, if you're saying like, hey, you want to work in an office or be in a band, any 20-year-old kid with a guitar is gonna say, "I want to be in a band," but it's entropy, man. It wears off eventually. You know, there's a dear listener. Take this wisdom or leave it. There is an entropy to everything that gives you pleasure. Everything that you love, everything that's your favorite, and even your favorite whatever is not your favorite whatever the way it was 4 or 5 years ago. There's an entropy to everything. God's it's called planned obsolescence. Steve Jobs and the Apple guys, like, they basically copied God because God put us in that situation in our bodies in this universe. But like, I've got bloodshot eyes,
and they did it for the same reason too. God does that, and it brings us back to Him. Apple does it, brings us right back to the store to buy another one.
Yep.
So.
And it's always an upgrade. So there's that.
There
God
it is.
wants to upgrade you.
There it is.
Engines grime. I hit the red line. I'm moving fast. Forget the past. I'm burning tread. Well, again, you can forget the past because the past is only in 24-hour increments. You see what I'm saying? Past is forgettable because it's all one long big.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's true. Like, whatever shit went down in the last town, you can leave it there.
Yeah. Forget the past. We're burning tread. We're just going to the next city, man.
Yeah.
So it looks like that. It's like that lifestyle is like starting to get to them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like, it must be even more difficult now because like that's always been the primary way bands have made money, but it's like really like dudes like in really big bands were hurting so hard during COVID, so bad during COVID. It doesn't matter how big the band was, everybody was hurting.
Yeah.
Because people don't realize like that tour schedule, man. Like that's their bread and butter, and you know they're not making a lot of money from these contracts.
I wonder if they were worried that when it was time to tour again, that they wouldn't have any fans left.
Yeah. Yeah, did that? It was really interesting. Remember, like, when we were at the Korn show, and he was like, yo, what did you think? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, we're good. You know, he's like, no, seriously. Like, I'm like, you're in Korn, dude. Like, you guys could show up in fucking pajamas.
It's the name, yeah.
You know?
It's
but
the
like,
name at this point.
That last show was, like, the most... As far as like, the production, the production was like the most unique production I've ever seen. Slipknot, I'd give them a little bit of an edge only because that show that we were at with Slipknot was just so crazy. There's like 9 of them. One guy's on a treadmill.
There was always like it looked like you were inside of like this industry place. Like it looked like it was
industrial. Yeah, definitely definitely a lot of.
They went up ladders, and there was second floors, and
a lot of Rammstein. They took a lot of that from Rammstein.
I think that they like did like a fight and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that was real though. They do that all the time though. They just do that. Like they were when Slipknot first came out. They were just the craziest band in the world. Like the crazier the better. That was the thing.
It was still pretty crazy, but nothing like their young videos when I see them. Orion, please get on the bed.
I've never considered that this could be about life on the road, but it makes sense now that I think about it. Well, yeah, I think it'll make you go insane, and I still think there's a part of tragedy about it, which is to say, you grow up your entire life, wanting life on the road, and then you get it, and then it's driving you insane. That is sad.
Yeah.
Damn. So then, what else can I do to be happy? Interesting song. It's a solid 8.5 for me. Would you give it?
I'd give it an 8.6.
Saw Korn on their Life is Peachy tour. Most violent crowd Froggy ever been in. That went Korn good. I like this Froggy guy, Froggy Krueger. Shout out to Froggy Krueger. It's my new guy. All right, dear listener. You know what we're gonna do? There are 3 Savatage songs back to back to back. So what I'm going to do is we're going to skip the commercial and we're going to go into the second Savatage song. Impenetrable Flame Stream. Song number 8. Or is it song number 9? I'm not sure.
Song number 9.
Song number 9. Kai, show me some life, baby. All right, the next song is Savatage Hounds. Savatage Hounds. This is also from the big homie Mojo.
Shout
Pay
out to
attention,
Mojo
guys. Here we go.
Imperishable Flame Stream, let us not forget.
Yes. Hounds is a song very much dated in the 80s, but it's still a great song. This is a song that may be a lifelong Savatage fan, and probably Leah as well. Leah, let us know. I saw this band live for the first time on the Orpheum Theater in Boston, Mass. on the Gutter Ballet Tour in 1989. The Gutter Ballet.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Brilliant. I wasn't even at the show to see them. I knew who they were due to the Hall of the Mountain King video on MTV, but I wasn't sold on them yet. I was at this show to see Testament and Nuclear Assault. Testament and Savatage were doing a double bill with both bands doing full sets and Nuclear Assault opening. Whoa, I would love that. A double bill is basically two main stage bands. Mm-hmm. So you know how like the last band always plays the longest set?
Mm-hmm. They split, the last two split?
Well, they don't split. Like Korn plays a full set, Slipknot plays a full set. So you get two headliners and then one. That happened with Stain. The first show I went to was Mindless Self-Indulgence, Stain, and Korn. And Stain got to do a full set.
Wow.
Korn did the full set, and then Mindless Self-Indulgence was up there for 15 minutes. Okay. But it was 15 minutes of fun. Shout out to Sven. It's a gutter ballet. Okay, we continue. Josie Testament, double bill of both bands. When Savatage performed this song, I was all in. Savatage is one of a few bands that has not one, but two musicians with extraordinary talent to showcase. There are songs in their set list that will showcase either John or Chris, but there are a few that will showcase both musicians. Hounds is one of those songs. This song has everything you would want in a Savatage song, except maybe the big vocal pieces they became known for in their later years. It's got a theatrical performance from John showcasing his upper and lower vocal range, and it's got multiple guitar solos by Chris, not the least of which is a very Iron Maiden-like outro solo to the song. Pay attention!
All right, let's check it out.
We're going in Hounds, Savatage. Actually, no, that was 24. Let's put Hounds in now.
Let's do it.
Hounds, there you go. Savatage, lyric video, let's do it. Sequence of Fade to Black. First two notes. Fade to Black. Now. Sanitary. Same
Sunsets on the moor, the cries of the hounds live for
This guy's got a lot of stage presence.
Can you see him in the night?
They've got you in their sights.
That was a good one.
That solo. That solo.
I like the vocals in this one too.
That solo was insane. If you get a damn out of Ian Kirby, who is our resident music theorist, you're a bad man. You're a horrible human being in the best sense possible. I love that solo. We've listened to literally hundreds of solos. That's a crazy thing to think about. We've listened to hundreds of solos. That one was insane. For me,
what stuck out to you?
Well, the end. That run that he did on the end when he did that, I think he did that for like two measures almost.
Mm-hmm.
That's really tiring, and it's live.
Yep.
So I'm waiting because what'll happen is you just play one revolution of that, and then the engineer will just loop it 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you're not doing that shit live in the studio.
Yeah. That makes sense.
You know how that song that was playing and I couldn't get through it? My arm would always die.
Yeah.
At the,
Yep.
It's like I had to play it over and over again. And I always hit that certain spot, and my arm would die. Oh my gosh! But I knew I was gonna go through it. The next day, you just breeze through it. I don't know why that works, but it does. But
that's what I used to do with memorizing stuff.
Ian, send me some of your solos. You've already seen mine. Send me a long one because I know you sent me a. Was that you or was that somebody else? I think it was somebody else. Anyway, send me your stuff. Anyway, okay, so this is in the midst of a concept record, I think Leah said, or a story record. It's a rock opera.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically a musical, only with metal, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is in the context of a story. So we're getting, resend them to me, bro. Okay, so we're getting actually no. Send me your favorite one. Do that one. Okay. Sunsets on the moon, the cry of the hounds lives forever, stalking the night, they roam the countryside till morning's light. Do you hear the hounds they call? Scan the dark eyes aglow through the bitter rain and cold. They hunt you down, they hunt you down. You remember that show, The Fugitive?
No.
Okay, so there's this guy, and he walks in to see this guy with one arm killing his wife. So the cops go to him, and they're like, the cops think that he's the one that killed his wife.
Okay.
Hence the term fugitive.
I see.
Okay, so
I don't think you watched this with me.
I didn't. It was a big show. It was a big movie in the 90s. It's with Harrison Ford.
Uh-huh.
And there's this funny, I thought it was funny, but it was the line that he goes, I didn't kill my wife. And then Tommy Lee Jones goes, I don't care. and then he jumps over the waterfall or whatever. Yeah. It's just, so this song just reminded me of The Fugitive.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But to Leah's point, this is about his inner struggle. The hounds represent demons he can't escape from. Yeah. But in like the movie The Fugitive, and it actually, I think it was a show too. Actually, I think it was based on a show like in the 1960s. Like my stepdad used to watch it. The few times I used to be able to go into their room, I want to tell you something off camera. I just put together. I'm an adult, but anyway, the few times I go to their room, I'd watch Fugitive with Mr. Man, and my mom loved the show. So sometimes, like my mom, would come.
It was a show.
It was a show.
Not a movie.
It was a movie too. It's a movie too. Like they basically adapted the movie from the show. But anyway, this is interesting because he's talking about inner demons that he can't escape from.
Yeah. That's not how I took the song. I mean, I didn't like have a complete thing, but I want to read it now with that kind of mindset.
Mm-hmm. Sunsets on the moon, the cry of the hounds lives forevermore. Stalking the night, they roam the countryside till morning's light. Which, again, if you're a rock star, the night is your time. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So all those temptations and all that shit comes out in the night. So they roam the countryside till morning's light.
Yeah.
Do you hear the hounds they call? Scan the dark eyes that glow through the bitter rain and cold. They hunt you down, hunt you down. That's interesting. The environment outside is bitter rain and cold. Mm-hmm. So if you look at it, the context of like his demons, and usually the correlative with rock stars is drugs and, you know, illicit sexual activity, which is self-destructive behavior, obviously. It says, through the bitter rain and cold, they hunt you down. That's a very ironic line with that as a background, because what's interesting is he's taking the drugs presumably to escape from you know, the pain and suffering, but simultaneous to that, it's the bitter rain and cold in his life that's driving him to the drug in the first place. Right. So you characterize life as bitter rain and cold. It's like being outside, being in a vulnerable position, not being able to control the situations around you. And that kind of situation puts him in a situation where he does drugs. So it becomes like this really vicious cycle. They run wild and free across the fields and valleys of their native land. Nature's beasts, deranged beyond belief, no one understands. If you just took the first two lines here, they run wild and free across the fields and valleys of their native lands. That sounds very, beautiful. What a picture.
Right.
It's like, and that's
we're
like
the inner demons here.
Huh?
But we're talking about inner demons here.
Yeah, we're talking about inner demons, right? So it's like, okay, what happens when an inner demon gets to run free? Well, I'll tell you what happens when a demon gets to run free is slavery.
Right.
Like, so one of the things that you have to think about is like, what is the actual definition of what freedom actually is? Because since we've all come up in a secular seats in Laban, it's like I was listening to a guy. The dudes, it's Adam and Stitch, and they're kind of I don't like the way they talk about that Emma girl. Remember that? What they called her a bitch or whatever.
Yeah.
But they said something really interesting. He said like 95% of disagreement is about definitions.
I agree.
And that's such a brilliant insight.
That's a really good observation.
Into what all of us are dealing with. So like when you think about free, like it depends on how you define free.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people say, "Oh, God doesn't want us to be free," or a child would be like, "Oh, my parent doesn't want me to be free." It's like, yeah, dude, like you're 4. So freedom for you is running out anywhere you want into the street in the middle of the day. That's freedom for you. But the child doesn't know that exercising that kind of freedom will eliminate all freedom for him for the rest of his life, because that will be his life.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, like, when people talk about freedom, we say all these words, and you know, it's our country is built on this concept, right, of liberty, freedom.
Yep.
So if you're an American, you should be particularly interested in what the term liberty and freedom actually means.
Right.
And beyond that, you ought to be developing your own
but I kind of think that
idea of what freedom is.
Yeah, I kind of think that people already have their own idea, and their idea of freedom is being able to do whatever they believe they want to do when they want to do it.
Right. When I say develop it, I'm saying like operate with some nuance. Right? Because there are certain decisions that eliminate all other decisions, like running out into the middle of the street or putting a needle in your arm. And so we cannot define freedom as we get to do whatever we want. I'm sure all of us in this room believe there are certain actions that if you commit those actions in the world, you should absolutely be put away for the rest of your life. I got a guy that has requested a couple songs on this channel that I've had extended conversations with. And that dude's in prison for 12 years right now because he assaulted his stepdaughter. And this is not an unfounded accusation. He copped to the plea. And I'm not going to get into the details, but he did that shit. So, I'm sure none of us believe in that version of freedom. As Hell is saying, freedom cannot be equal to anarchy. Because if you define freedom that way, all that's going to happen is a stronger guy is just going to go and oppress the weaker guy. So, all these terms, freedom, love, hate, harm, secularists right now, all those words now, the meaning has been stripped from all of them. So like, you now have 5 people in a room with 3 different definitions of what freedom means.
Yep.
5 people in a room with 4 different definitions of what harm means. So a person is saying, that guy's bad because he harms people. And another guy is saying, what the fuck are you talking about? See what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
So it's like, when we think about like freedom and inner demons and things like that, all those things are connected. All of those things are connected. And one of the things that I see it's missing in our generation is like the interconnectivity of certain concepts. It's one of the things that like, one of the reasons people are not understanding about what's the problem with the way the Russell Brand thing is being handled is because they're looking at it in isolation away from the ramifications of what's going to happen.
Yep.
And so in this song, it's like, it's a song about his inner demons. And it's like, why are you spending all this time about freedom if you're talking about inner demons? It's because his inner demons convinced him that slavery was freedom, and that's why he's struggling right now. That's why we're spending the time on it.
Yep, right there.
So that's why.
Yep.
So freedom must include freedom from the passions. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Which is why
I don't know. Wait.
Go ahead.
Freedom from the passions?
Mm-hmm.
No, because
freedom from the passions.
I find the most freedom when I pour my passions to Christ. So I wouldn't be freed from them. I would be.
I think what he's talking about is a very Perkinacian way of saying self-control.
Mm-hmm.
When he talks about passion, he's saying...
He means sinful passion.
Right. Remember like that Otep song where she says, I'll live by passion and not by law? right?
Yeah.
Because that's the option. Live by what your inclinations are or live by a law which is imposed on you. Passion's internal, law is external. So she's saying, I'm going to live by passion, not by law. And he's saying, you need to live by God's law, and your passions have to be in subjection to God's law. I'm pretty sure is what Perkins would say.
I see.
So I have defined freedom as being able to live and move in the world in the way that God intended for me to be. In other words, if God made me a dolphin, freedom is not being 30,000 feet in the air.
Right.
If God made me an eagle, freedom is not 30,000 feet under the water. Freedom for an eagle is to fly because God made him to fly. Freedom for a dolphin is to swim because God made him to swim. So, freedom for me is being who God made me to be, which literally means to be the Christ, the Christ-like version of myself is freedom. Because I go with the premise that Jesus was the freest, strongest, manliest man there ever was. And to the degree that I can live by like him is to the degree that I can live in freedom. Because I've got an objective basis for what freedom is. And you can take that or leave that, dear listener. But don't go through life throwing around these words that contain within them infinite import and just willy-nilly throw them around. These are important topics.
Yeah.
Think it through. Think it through. I really like this song because it's lyrically it's simplistic. Sonically, it's not simplistic at all. Sonically, it's one of those things where it's like Eminem was talking about. He heard this guy like do a verse and he quit rapping because he's like, I could never do that.
Oh my god!
When I heard that, I was like, if I was a kid, I'd just put down the guitar, bro. Just put down the guitar.
Oh my gosh!
Just put down the guitar. I'm referring to our base desires. We must be oriented toward the virtues, mashallah, or free of all material desires. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Although immaterial desires, for example, hell, power is an immaterial desire, but it's a much worse desire than wanting a pizza. But see, this is what we need to do.
Yeah.
Because it's so like it's such a broad conversation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the thing that killed me. It's like the song was about the demons, and like the freedom got them demonized. Like unbelievable.
Right,
that's the game plan. 9.7 for me.
9.6 for me.
I love every look at this. Freedom is responsibility, not arbitrariness. That's a good definition. When we free ourselves, all hierarchical mentalities will be closer to a greater freedom. Again, like this is what I love, man. Everybody's putting it out there. Everybody's putting, that's what art does, guys. Come on. All right, 9.6. What'd you give it?
I thought you gave it 9.7 and I gave it 9.6.
Oh,
all right, well, 9.6 for me. I mean,
hey, Mojo, is Mojo still around? I know it's pretty late. We're going into the third. We're going into the third song. It's called "Follow Me" by Savatage. "Follow Me" by Savatage. Let me read to you guys, because remember, we're not doing the commercial. Let me read to you guys about "Follow Me." Edge of Thorns was the first album recorded by the band without John Olivia fronting the band. John stepped down as a frontman for the band after the previous tour cycle for Streets, a record telling a cautionary tale of addiction. Ironically, while touring this record, John was fighting his own battle with addiction and losing. Wow, we just went over that, I think.
Yeah.
By the end of the tour, the band was playing 7 nights in a row without a break. Jeez, John wasn't taking care of himself, and the road was killing him literally. By the end of the... Can you imagine, like, when you have a vocal style like that guy, like how exhausted 7 days?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Almighty.
That's a lot.
John was fighting his own battle with addiction and losing. By the end of the tour, the band was playing 7 shows a night in a row without a break. John wasn't taking care of himself on the road and was killing himself literally. By the end of the tour, his voice was shot and he decided to step down as a touring member of the band and would instead focus on writing and producing the band with producer Paul O'Neill. John handpicked Zach Stevens to replace him as a frontman in an attempt to move the band in a more commercial direction and to get some radio airplay. Zach's vocal style is completely different from John's. John said writing for a singer like Zach would force him to write differently than if he were writing for himself. This record is the band's most commercial sounding record, and they were moderately successful in getting some airplay for songs on this record. That's probably why Leah said that they're a criminally underrated band.
Yep.
I love all Savatage record, but if I had to order them, this one would be listed as one of my least favorites. Only reason being it just isn't too polished. The mix is very wet, which is exactly what you would want if you were trying to get your songs on the radio at this time. I prefer a more dry and grittier mix. Mojo, if you could explicate a little bit more about what a wet mix sounds like, that would be interesting. Streets walk the fine line between these two production philosophies. That said, Edge of Thorns has some of Chris's best playing in it. All musicians plateau at some point. Chris was 30 years old when this album was recorded. He got better with each record, and there was no sign of his progression slowing in '93. It is painful to think about what he could have accomplished if he were still alive today.
Wow. Fact.
Yeah, same thing with Big, man. Same thing with Vaughn, to be honest with you. Hey, I just got out of a 9-month relationship. Okay, well, I'm glad things worked out for you. All right, having said that, let's go. Savatage. Follow me. I think this is a lyric video, guys. Pay attention. Let's do it. Mojo, Chris was a guitarist, right?
I really wanna know what you had in store. I couldn't really tell, maybe just as well. I came here with a dream, and I just had to see if my dream would soar. I knocked on every door. His whole life was written there inside. The New Weekly Bible, his modern TV guide. Every night he stares back at the screen. Yeah. A man only sees what he wants to see when he's in his mind. Rain is what he wants to be. Living in a world where it's safe from reality. Won't you take a chance on this night and follow me? Won't you follow me? Yeah. Won't you follow me? Yeah. Don't need no superheroes, don't need no movie stars, don't need no politicians in big black shiny cars, don't need no preacher whose church is my TV. No. A man only sees what he wants to see when he's in his mind. Really is what he wants to be. Living in a world where it's
safe from reality, won't you take a chance on this night and follow me? Won't you follow me? Yeah. Won't you follow me?
See that art? That's badass. Look at that. I remember this is before I had Facebook, so I used to go to Yahoo for news. I remember like going in. Dorian wasn't even born yet, dude. And I opened up my Yahoo News, and it said Dimebag Darrell shot and killed. And I remember looking at it because I was not a Pantera fan. I didn't become a I don't even know if I'm a Pantera fan. I'm a Dime fan, like because I play guitar, and I his attitude. I just love his attitude. Anybody that reminds me of Riley. Shout out to Riley. I hope I can shine your shoes in the kingdom, little bro. I mean that. But, like, yeah, man, I remember that. She was like, fuck. But it was like, yo, that can't be right. Like, musician, like this is metal. This is not hip-hop. Dudes get shot up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, nah, that didn't happen. That didn't happen at Dimebag.
I bet, yeah.
That was also around the time that Head found, got saved. And so it's just like, there was just a lot of shit.
Oh,
but
really?
I just remember, like, I remember thinking to myself, I'm so happy I'm not a Pantera fan right now.
Yeah.
Because, like, I lost my guy, but I lost him to Jesus. You know what I'm saying? And, like, you're never going to hear another lick from that dude, man. I was never going to hear it again. Fuck, man. Never going to see a show. You know, like, there's got to be some Savatage fan that was, like, due to see a show and missed it because they had the flu or something. Oh, don't worry about it next year. It's like, nah, bro.
Yep.
It's over with.
Yep.
Like,
yep.
So it's tough because lyrically the song, yeah, Chester Bennington dead at 41. That's the other one, man. Brutal. It's almost like you can't get attached to these people. That's one of the things that like hit me was like when we first started the channel and all these bands I didn't know about. I'm like, yo, this shit is hard. Like, who is? Oh, he's dead. Yo, this shit's hard. No, he killed himself. Yo, OD. It's like, damn, this is like hip hop. Like, oh, that bigger guy, he's pretty good. Dead. Oh, that Vaughn, dead. Like, but they all died the same way. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, dude. So, like, I cannot imagine being a fan and have two losses like that because they died the same way, pretty much. Like, yeah. Oh my god! And like, if you look at the song, it's like there was a script written for this person that he couldn't. We know you don't care about Lennon though. No, I care. I care about him too. Like, it just he wasn't in my time. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? It's like hearing about Abraham Lincoln getting assassinated. Like, I'd cry if Biden got assassinated for sure. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I wasn't there for whatever. Mm-hmm. I hope you all would cry if Biden got assassinated. He's our president, for God's sake, and he's a human being. Good night. But look, his whole life was written there inside the New Weekly Bible, his modern TV guide. So the song "Follow Us" is about like how the media has taken over pretty much everything, and like now everything is being filtered through the TV, and like now your mindset is being shaped through the TV. Hence the term "Follow Us."
Yeah. And
like, it's like it's almost a merciful thing that Jesus took you away from this planet, my brother. If you were worried about the TV. Facebook is like, hold my bear. Twitter's like, wait till you get a load of me. You know, you hear these songs where these people are almost like prophetically warning us that like, yo, this TV, this whole thing with the media, if you're not careful, they could fucking brainwash you, bro. But it's crazy because everybody's like, those people are brainwashed.
Yeah, it's easy to see someone else's.
So like when I say about like the Iraq War, right, and the GWAT, like I was completely brainwashed for the GWAT, like completely, like everything. His whole life was. I really want to know what you had in store. I couldn't really tell. Perhaps it's just as well. I came here with a dream, and I just had to see if my dream would soar. I knocked on every door. His whole life was written there inside the New Weekly Bible, his modern TV guide. Every night he stares back at the screen. Yeah. Man only sees what he wants to see. When he's in his mind, where he is, that's who he wants to be. Where he is that he wants to be. Living in a world where he's safe from reality, won't you take a chance on this night and follow me? Maybe he's saying follow me away from all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I did cry about Kobe and I wasn't a huge fan. Yeah, but you were a contemporary. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a contemporary with some famous person and they die, it's tough. Especially the way Kobe died. But Kobe died like 3 days apart from one of my coworkers. I got to call one of my coworkers.
Oh,
remember that? That was a fucking bad week.
Remember.
We found that shit out in the gym about Kobe.
Yeah, I remember.
I remember exactly what happened. We were going to leave. We just did our shit. And then I look up, Kobe Bryant. I laughed.
He
remember?
laughed. Yeah.
I said, yo, look at this shit. Because it was like 2 days before my coworker I love to death. I had got her. Fuck, man. Yeah. Yeah. Was that 2020? Did all that happen in 2020? 2020 was a year from Shaitan, man. Vaughn, Duck, Kobe. God. No superheroes. Don't need no movie stars. Don't need no politicians in big black shiny car. Don't need no preacher whose church is my TV. Yeah. Like everything. Like, and it. I thought to myself. Somebody said something to me one day. I still don't know how to take it. He said to me, Vin, if I lived with you, I would never go outside. I said, what? It's Kyle. I said, what? He said, yeah, like if I was around you, dude, like, and he was basically explaining like why he would never get close to me. I respected it. He was like, yo, the way people are with you, blah, blah, blah. I felt like the same way. And like, if I'd have got in like that with you, like I'd have been like, yeah, I don't need to hang out with nobody else. That was like a terrifying thing. Like, what do you mean? Like, you wouldn't want to talk to anybody? Like, what? And he basically said, like, that's why I kept my distance from you, because people couldn't, you know. He was trying to say something else, and I put it together like
years later.
Oh no, a week later I put together what he was trying to say, and I'm like, that's a pretty weird way of saying it, but okay. Yeah. So like this whole thing about like who influences us and things like that, like I'm at the point now where I'm like, I don't know if it's salvageable. Like I don't know if like all the, because it's created all these new mores, all these new social mores, like, you know, Facebook, Twitter, whatever. I don't know if we're ever going to be able to get back to a pre-social media kind of situation that doesn't lean towards tribalism. Mm-hmm. You know, because before it didn't matter. You had to work with your Republican coworker. You just had to.
Right.
And if you didn't like him, you just basically had to accept that those were his views. And the fact of the matter is, you didn't know really what his views were. Mm-hmm. Because there was no platform to express said views.
Right. Everybody said you're not supposed to talk about
so
politics.
Everybody would say, politics and religion don't talk about it at the dinner table. But what happened was people got Facebook and Twitter like, I'm not at the dinner table. And this is mine. This is about me. It's YouTube after all. It's Facebook after all. It's you. And so it jumped on the human ego, and it worked swimmingly. So, you know, I don't know. And the other thing too is like there's so much money involved in this. You know, like we're doing okay, and we're like 0.1% of YouTube's revenue. You see what I'm saying? So I just don't think there's any way to reverse it. It's a brilliant song. It's really insightful. It needs an update, and I'm not sure. I'm a post-millennialist. I believe that the world is going to be pleading for Christ and Christ's law. It's going to be demanding Christ and Christ's law. But that doesn't mean that America is going to be around when that happens. And I don't know, man. I don't know. I just don't know how you can have all these conflicts all around the world and not be a unified people. See, that's the thing. Like, if you look at a lot of these global empires, like they were united. Like Alexander was a completely uniting force for those Greeks. You know, same thing with Caesar. You can't be fighting all these wars all over the fucking planet, but you're at each other's throats. So, you know, we got India and all these other countries like creating their own like economic ecosystems and shit. They're people trying to, you know, break the American hegemony. They might do it. I don't know, but it's very interesting.
I loved this song. The piano piece at the end was incredible.
Agreed.
It was the perfect length of time. Like, well, perfect as in it wasn't. I actually think it could have been longer, but I didn't think it needed to be longer because it felt like he shorted the song.
Agreed.
I just loved it so much. I would have wanted it longer.
Agreed.
It was just beautiful. The emotion that was poured into the keys, like it was just incredible. I really, really, it was emotional. It like took me places.
Definitely the musicianship was really high too. Like right from the beginning, like the keys.
Yeah.
Agreed,
it was just, it was beautiful. That end piece for me was like that was a 10. Like absolutely a 10.
Agree.
The entire song as a whole, I probably would give it like a 9.8. But that ending was just, I'm going to listen to that for sure again.
Yeah. What do you give it? 9.8 for me.
I already scored it.
What'd you get? You give it 10? What'd you give it? 10? 9.8?
I gave it a 10 for the ending and then a 9.8 for the beginning.
Yeah. I remember that. Ian goes, so this is the end. Kai, are you here? Kai, buddy.
It's 4 a.m. Wait, I don't know what time it is over where he's at.
You're gonna go, Kai, buddy. Kai, buddy and me. You don't remember that toy? Anyway, kid sister.
Sounds like a toy.
Wherever I go, you're gonna go, kid sister. Kid sister and me. Remember that?
There he is.
All right, Kai, tell me what the name of that song is.
It's in Trello if you're...
We have a bonus song, dear listener. We have a bonus song. What is the name of the song, Kai? Do I think America is Rome? I am not sure. Kai, we're doing a song for you, buddy. Remember I told you if you're still around by the end of the stream, we're going to do the song. I told you. Tell me the name of the song. We're going to download it. We got an extra song for you beautiful people. The rest of you guys are like, yo, I'm trying to go to sleep, bro. Look at this corny stream thingy. Okay. Sent you an email. Did you send it to Sorry Secret? Is Trump Jesus? No, Trump is not Jesus. Trump is not Jesus. Good night. No, Trump is not Jesus. He's not the Antichrist either, though. Oh, it's one of these joints. Okay. Elfie Kyrie. Something about mercy, it looks like. If it is, I hope we get our Caesar soon. Oh, that's freaking Perkinos, man. Perkinos should start a channel, I swear to God. Perkinos, why don't you start a channel? I would be such a Perkinos stan. I would cancel all of inventory stuff and just stream Perkinos. Yes, 11 songs. I'm trying to come through for you guys. Believe me, we got you guys. You know, we got some challenges we're working through here, but trying our best to give you guys a good experience. All right, so we got the bonus song. I got the link. Let me just download. Right. We're gonna do a little bit of it. Can you go and change the thingy for that? See what I'm saying? Look, that's the. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Okay, so the bonus song is from the band Rotten Christ. So give us a second, guys. Let me get this download shit going, and we should be in good shape. YouTube GFB4. Thank you guys for sticking around for as long as you're stuck around. Just give us one more song, because I'm lazy and I don't wanna. You're the worst. You're the worst, Perk. Also, get all your stuff and move into Perk's house. I would move into Perk's house. Although I think Perk's gonna have to move into our house, but he lives.
This?
Yeah, up there, change it somehow. Perk's like, I don't know, bro. That's like a big commitment. I said, well, when you're over there, when you're done doing whatever you're doing, let me know. I'll fly down and get you a house. You can live next to me. I'm serious though about that, Perk and Nos. I'm dead serious. I'm not joking. When you get done doing what you're doing over there, let me know. And you come live next to me. I'm not even joking, bro. You know I'm not joking. So, there's that. I'm going to bounce. It was nice catching the stream. The time was perfect because of the time difference. Hopefully you do some more late streams. We will do more late streams for you, Leah. All right, guys, here we go. Rotting Christ. Let me see if there's something else I needed to say, because I don't know if Kai... This Greek band was introduced to me via your channel by the legendary Village OG Tina. Shout out to her. Gang shit. I fell in love with their music. The song's amazing. Thank you, Tina. Yeah, Tina actually set me up with an interview with the singer of this band, bro. Like, it's like one of the biggest regrets I've ever had. I completely missed it. I had that work thing. Remember the dude? And he was... I'm not gonna say it, but... Yeah, shout out to them. Somebody misses. All right, here we go. The song that was inspired by the tragic ancient Greek poet Euripides, I think is the correct way to say it. And more specifically, his creation, Baxace, and translated as Come Lord. I thought Maranatha was Come Lord. This pure bacchanalian play refers to the coming of the new god. The ritualistic atmosphere of this historical theater drama influenced us lyrically as well as musically and resulted in this song that you are currently listening to. There only remains one thing, which is us taking you on a mystical journey into ancient Greek bacchanalian occultism. The female guest vocals are courtesy of the fabulous Danae Katsimeni, an actress of the National Hellenic Theater. Helena, you were named after that, right? Hellenism, whatever. Let me know. Danae Katsimeni truly does great appearance in this song, okay? So the name of the song is Alte Kyrie. Kyrie we know is Mercy. Kyrie eleison.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And so this is Rotting Christ?
Yeah, this is Rotting Christ, yeah. Okay, and there go all the lyrics, guys. All right, guys, here we go. The name of the song is Come Lord, which is... Oh, no. Kyrie means Lord. That's right. Kyrie Irving. It's pronounced like it's Kyrie. That's right. Kyrie means Lord. Sorry.
There we go.
All right. Having said that, the setup here, he's talking about a bacchanalian cult. Bacchus was he's the orgy guy, right? He's the sex, drugs, and rock and roll god in the pantheon. Bacchus.
Who?
Bacchus.
Oh, I don't know.
Bacchus, I think. He's like the sex, drug, rock and roll guy. So it's a lot of sex, a lot of whatever. So like when you read the Spurgeon books and he goes, you go into your bacchanalian fury or whatever. Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Okay.
Or Helena of Troy. I sure. All right, guys, here we go. Rotting Christ. Let's do it.
O a poco nos traconta, os poros que nos succiona, os anthropos, terras acriopo, gigantas fónicos, con mai de Zeus, se ligo e mena, tino vado tu proprio, me proprio sa vedessi, e noi di mezzo sta doma da cratai dentro, come il sarco da viziato, ora
much, dude.
Crazy.
That was the song of the year. I cannot. Sorry, dude. I woke you up. I'm sorry, dude. Hey, listen. Person from Rotting Christ, listen. I'm going to email you again after 4 years. And the reason I missed the first interview with you was so that we could do this one.
Right.
You have
It was the plan
It
all
is a law.
along.
I will send police from Interpol to fucking arrest you. Is that how it works? You can call up. Kai, what's Interpol's number? I really need to talk to this guy. Oh my God, this song was this song was insane.
It had all the elements you love.
I cannot tell you how much there was not a lot of tremolo picking. There was not a lot of tremolo picking, which
right. That is, you are a fan of that.
Added some texture.
Yeah.
But man, first of all, I was completely like left hooked by the girl when she, because he's got a female vocalist. He's talking about Bacchus, Bacchanalian, so it's gonna be something sexual, blah blah blah. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. I mean, that makes sense, but this band is freaking incredible.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I am blown away.
Mm-hmm. How?
This is definitely the song of the year, and I am almost certain nobody's gonna be able to touch this song, bro. Like, I'm almost speechless, man. This shit is fucking incredible.
You know what's funny?
I cannot tell you. Like, I'm sad that the review is over. I'm sad that I'm not gonna be able to hear the song for the first time again. Go ahead.
That's crazy.
Go ahead.
If only you could rewind time. And alas, you cannot.
I see what you did there. Yeah, man. This is absolutely incredible. Yeah, there was a song of the year in April.
Oh, I was gonna say this song reminds me of something.
This song beat it.
There you go. It beat it.
So, if there is a song between now and December 31st that beats this song, it will be the song of the year. But I doubt very highly that's going to happen. All right. Oh, by the way, also, shout out to Tina, because if it wasn't for Tina,
this song wouldn't have happened.
This song wouldn't have happened because Tina was the one that introduced, man. I cannot tell you guys how much I love this song. Like, deeply love this song.
Okay, tell me the elements that you loved about it.
I like when people do something ambitious. And there's a lot of times that I'm like, it was ambitious, but it failed. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And like, I talk about this all the time. Like, you're always trying to come up with something nobody's ever heard before. You're trying to come up with something original. But then at the same time, like, there's music theory and there's math involved. And so it's not like you can put a big variation on 2 + 2 = 4 when math is involved. You see what I'm saying? So there's an objective and a subjective style element to music that makes the subjective side something you can say I've never heard before at one level. But the objective side, like, it's still going to be in 4/4. It's still going to be, there's certain chords that work with each other. There's certain progressions that just work all the time. That's never going to change. Mm-hmm. But like the subjective side of music, like, that's where you can go out and do something different that people haven't heard before, or whatever. But I love the fact that they tried to do something that, for sure, especially within their genre, people haven't heard before. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they're already in a really established band in the, I know that for sure. So they didn't need to like go off the range like this, but I thought it was just incredible. And the build up, the build up like toward the end with the big, you know, almost production. Mm-hmm.
When she was screaming, "Come, Lord."
Yeah.
Come, that part was like insane.
It actually made you emotional.
Part.
I saw you get emotional on that part.
Yeah, to me, it's like the female version of Back to Eden. Take Me Back to Eden. Remember at the end when he's screaming, "Take me back."
Yes.
It's that. It's like you could put them together. No, his vocals when he's doing that part.
Yeah,
and
I know.
Hers, and you just mix up together, and it was just
later, Matthew.
It's just I love stuff like that because you you hit different points in your life that are extremely difficult or whatever, and when the cry to God gets that real, you know, it's real. So when she did it, it was just like, I don't know. And it wasn't even that it sounded like perfect either. It wasn't like, that's the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. It was like, wow, like it conveyed something so well. And I loved it. I loved it.
How much wrath Pentheus reveals his chthonic descent, the descendant of the dragon, the seed of native Echoians. Not a mortal man, but a ferocious beast, a deadly giant who fights with the gods. What line? Hold on. Yeah. Here we go.
The way that this song went, it kind of reminded me of Isabel.
To a degree, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. A deadly giant who fights with the gods. So those were titans, right? Those were titans. Were the big giants that fought with the gods, and then the gods overcame them and sent them to Tartarus. I'm pretty sure. And so, like in the Bible, when it talks about the Nephilim,
yeah,
who also were giants, right?
Yep.
Like the Titans.
Yep.
What's interesting is the Nephilim's parents in biblical cosmology end up in Tartarus. So the angels who left their position, copulated with the women produced giants.
Yep.
In the Greek side, the giants would be the sons of the angels.
Yeah.
So in the Greek side, the Titans were the giants that ended up in Tartarus. Biblically speaking, it's the parents actually of the Nephilim that end up in Tartarus. Because that's a hapaxogomena in the New Testament in 1 Peter, where he says that the angels who left their former habitation and then came down here, that God consigned them to the term in the English is gloomy dungeons in 1 Peter.
Yeah.
But the Greek word is Tartarus.
Okay.
Which is where it's under hell, and it's where the Titans are, I think.
Okay.
And the Titans were the pre-Olympian gods. So there you go. So this guy's not a mortal man, but a ferocious beast, a deadly giant who fights with the gods. So I'm assuming that this giant is named, is it Pentheus? Soon me, the follower of Bromius, with nooses he will tie me, while inside the chambers he's holding bound the master of my troop. Do you see all this? Zeus's son Dionysius? Do you all see the struggles of your prophets against the violence of the state? Come, Lord, come. Okay, so like this is something is happening where people in power are oppressing people beneath them, obviously. And they're crying out for, do you not see all this? Zeus's son Dionysius. So Dionysius, I don't know what particular attribute he had, but apparently Dionysius is supposed to go and like make things straight because he's calling out for Dionysius to solve this problem. So algo en español, por favor. Sí.
What does that mean?
I think what he's saying is like put the subtitles in Spanish, por favor.
Oh, okay.
I was about to say inshallah. I know more Arabic now than Spanish. That's pretty weird to think about. So what's happening is, this is very interesting. So the people on the ground are calling out to God, to their God, Zeus, to send Dionysius to fix this problem because people are misusing their power. And so they're saying, come on, Zeus, what are you waiting for? Do you not see the struggles of your prophets and violence against the state? Okay? Now you bless, now you pray for the new God they sent you. Son of God will forgive you, and the weapon of the new wars it will give to you. What I thought about that was, well, your God isn't working because all this terror is happening on in the world, and Dionysius isn't coming to save you. So we need to get you a new God that'll solve the problem. But what's going to come with that new God? A new set of wars. Look, it says right there.
Great. Yeah.
Now you bless, now you pray for. Remember, these guys, English isn't their first language. Now you pray for the new God they sent you. Sons of God will forgive you, and the weapon for new wars will give you. New wars. So there is a tight, almost airtight correlation in his mind between gods and wars. What's fascinating to me is like, I think the point is like, it doesn't matter. It's a rolling cycle of people.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Zeus, Dionysus, Jesus, Allah, blah 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 blah. In their mind, it's all the same thing, and we're just repeating process with the cycle of war, cycle of violence. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, you want a new god? Okay, so
here's another one. Trade that one out.
Yeah, so now we're gonna have a new set of wars,
and we'll trade that one out. More
now you're
wars.
gonna fight about some other shit. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And so I thought it was actually a brilliant way of dealing with the whole religion causes violence types of thing, because it's like, okay, so here you've got, you know, a Greek pantheon, you know, and that's not working out. And I'm assuming that the new gods are going to be Jesus and all of them, which in the timeline that makes sense. It's like, okay, cool, but we're fighting a different set of wars. We're still at war.
Mm-hmm.
We're just fighting a different set of wars now because you're particular. So to me, that tells me I don't think that this song is saying that religion is causing this situation. It looks to me like in this song, religion seems to be a reaction of weak people to appeal to a higher power to get justice for them over and against the people that are stronger than them that they don't have any other recourse for.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So people go, oh, people made up religion to control people. What do you mean? Is religion controlling people in America now, or is it the government, the people with the guns who can throw you in prison?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that religion was used to control people. What I do think is very fascinating, I was listening to a discussion with Lex Freedom where I think it was Avi Loeb was talking about one of the things that put us above the Neanderthals was our ability to organize in numbers greater than 30.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What's the biggest organizing principle in humanity? Religion. So I don't think the evolutionary value of religion is there for societal control. The evolutionary value of religion is its ability to organize people in numbers far greater than 30, 60, 90 and march them in a similar direction.
Yeah.
Which is a massively sophisticated. So according to this is my theory. So according to this, like, religion isn't the problem or the solution. Human beings are the problem, and religion functions as a sort of band-aid to keep us alive until we can figure out how to not destroy ourselves. Okay? That to me is a much more
interesting.
That it's a much more rational, and it also blends very nicely with evolutionary psychology and things of that nature. The people, hey, shout out to Tribal Python. The people that are oppressing the masses, by definition, are always going to be in the minority. The problem is that they always have incalculable power over the minority, and so if you're in a situation where you're perpetually checkmated, you're going to start thinking, man, if there was somebody bigger than you.
Yep.
So a person might say religion was created by the 1% to control the 99%. It's like, no, you could say religion was created by the 99% to combat the 1%. Because we're saying there's a God in heaven who's going to fuck you up for all the shit you've done to us. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's
why, if the elite came up with religion, particularly Christian religion, why would there be, don't abuse the poor, share with people, if you don't let people graze on your land, I'm going to destroy you, I'm going to send Babylonians to fuck you up. Like, does that sound like something the elite would write, or does that sound something like Jimmy Dore would write?
Right.
So when you look at the laws in the Bible, does it sound like Trump wrote them or Jimmy Dore wrote them? That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
So my concept of religion is, if you want to take out all the theology, which I don't, but if you want to look at it from a completely secular perspective, I think religion functions to give the weak and vulnerable a fighting chance against people who are more powerful than them. If you were to convince somebody, if you were to convince Donald Trump that truly and seriously that he would have to stand before God and answer for every word he said, forget about legislation, bro, every careless word Jesus said, you're going to pay for. Okay, and trust me, careless words, believe me, bro, my mom, family member said some careless shit that I'm sure she forgot. If I would make a phone call up there and say, yo, remember you said this shit, she wouldn't have remembered it. That fucked me up for years. So, like, if Trump really believed every tweet, every word, you're going to really truly answer. He would act different. If you could convince somebody that there's somebody bigger than you that you got to talk to, you're going to influence what he does.
Yeah.
So it's that was the logic. There were some states where, like, if you're not a Christian, we won't let you serve in the jury. Like North Carolina still has that in their state.
Oh, no kidding.
Remember we were doing the separation of church and state?
Yeah.
Yeah, they still got that in their constitution.
Wow.
If you're a witch or something like that in Boston, like, you can't, like, there's a lot of shit. But my point is, there's a story with Umar.
Yeah.
Right? With the girl on the beach. And so Umar had taken over the Muslim community after Muhammad and Abu Bakr died. And Umar had this welfare thing. It's basically like, if you have 1 kid, you get this amount of food, 2 kids, you get this amount of food, 3 kids, you get this amount of food. I think he capped it after 3 kids. So he meets this destitute woman. The destitute woman doesn't know who she is. And she says, may Allah will judge between me and Umar. And he said, what's wrong? What happened? She said, Umar cut off the social benefit at 3. I got 5 kids. So, like, we're screwed now because, like, what am I supposed to do? Not feed my 2 kids? So Umar goes, oh my God. So he goes to his house, and he's got a slave, obviously. And he's got, like, he puts 50 pounds of food in his knapsack, and he carries it. The slave says, listen, I'm a slave. You're Umar. You're the leader of the fuck. Give me the thing. And Umar says, are you going to carry my sins on the day of judgment? Because he's saying, I fucked up in this situation, and Allah is gonna call me to account for putting out this bad policy. That was a charity policy. It wasn't, I'm gonna go in there and kill you. Now, subhanAllah, Umar, on the one hand, you took care of this lady. On the other hand, you killed a whole bunch of innocent people in Jerusalem, all over the fucking planet. But whatever. But my point is like
demons and angels inside of all of
the
us.
logic. Umar's logic was, I'm gonna have to answer for this woman. There's somebody bigger than me. This woman, she's poor. She's a woman. I'm a warrior. I'm a hardened battle hardened warrior. There's nothing she can do. So she appeals to a higher court, and because he believes in that higher court, he now has to change his behavior.
Yep.
So what if we had leaders that thought like that? So to me, that's what the song is about.
Okay.
Trump believes he is the best sitting Christian, so he will get the most mercy from JC.
Oh, God.
No, Trump said he didn't even sin. He's saying it to be forgiven for.
That's what I thought.
It's like half the people on the channel, they don't believe in original sin, so they got nothing to be forgiven for. I just love this song. I love this song. I loved it. I thought it was great. It's the song of the year for me. It's an 11. It's insane. I love it. Really, 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 really just unbelievable. I cannot tell you guys how much I love this song.
This one's a 10 for me. This is a really good song. I love those desperate parts. I get down with that stuff. Especially because of what she was saying.
I'm going to leave with this. This is a very, very insightful statement. Matthew says, what if we didn't have to change out of fear and did it from humility?
Yeah, that's the...
I'll do you one better. What if we didn't have to change out of fear but did it out of love?
Yeah.
Because you get, that's the issue, guys. The issue is God doesn't want to do the whole, the thing says, don't be like the horse or the mule that has to have a bit and bridle, otherwise it will not stay next to you. I will guide you and show the way with my eye on you. I will teach you. See, this is God saying, come on, y'all. See what I'm saying? So all of us kind of have to look at this and see like how we've contributed to this. So for example, like the people over there in overseas where we're outsourcing our slave labor to could sing this song and say, come Lord to judge us, and they'd be right to do so. Right? And that's why it's important to always remember, anytime you point your finger at someone, people say, oh, you should never point the finger at someone. Ridiculous. If somebody shoots somebody and the cop says, where is the person that shot him? I'm going to say, that guy right there in the red shirt. He did it. It's ridiculous. There are times you need to point at people. You just need to remember that if you can successfully charge someone of a crime, you just have to realize that if people did some digging in you, people would find some crimes with you. So I'm going to approach that guy. I'm going to deal with that guy differently with that knowledge than if I didn't have that knowledge. But the cry for justice is a cry that is not going to go unheard. And I agree with Matthew that all God should have to say in the Bible is two things: love God, love your neighbor. That's it. That's all he should have to do.
Mm-hmm.
So he's talking to a group of people who were immigrants, homeless, and slaves. And even though they had just got out of experiencing that, in the law, God says, you guys better make sure that when a foreigner shows up to your land, you're good to them. And God says, because if you fuck with them and they cry out to me, I'm going to leave your wives, widows, and your children orphans. That's a threat.
Mm-hmm.
And why would God have to threaten a group of people who just experienced that? Because we're selfish. That's why. And because the Israelites were going from a position of weakness and vulnerability to a position of power and influence.
Mm-hmm.
And he understood the same disease that was in the heart of the Egyptians is in the heart of the Israelites. But he says, I'm going to hold you more accountable quicker than I held the Egyptians accountable because you know better.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, you've been through it. And number two, you've seen my grace and mercy to you. So how in the world could you oppress somebody in your own land and think that I'm not going to fuck you up? Okay. This song is great. I love the song. Thank you, Kai. It's great. You guys take your whatever.
Take your leave.
Take your leave. Yeah, it's been 5 hours, guys. I'm very, very sorry. It was very, very long. Apologize for that. But what can you do? We want to come through for you guys. Want to give you guys a good show. Hopefully we did that. We will see you guys later. Much love to Kai. Much love to obviously all my beautiful people, Middle Earth. Hell, Mari, all you beautiful people, thank you so much. Kai, thank you so much for bringing us this song. Does it tie to Israel, Palestine? Absolutely it does. Ian Kirby, you can ask me my thoughts on Israel, Palestine in the next Ask Me Everything. As Perkinaw says, good night, everyone. God bless and keep all of you. Yeah, that's it. That's it, really. We're out of here. Much love to all you beautiful people. Vin out.
Sorry.